lights out. You fought well, but I grew up in these territories. You gotta take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
This big old building.
Classified dinner with the CEO. Jordan's not here because he's still sick.
Everyone is in the U.S. Bank building here in LA.
We're about to rob a bank. We're robbing the bank at the top floor and then jumping off. Yeah, we're parachuting. Tom Cruise style. Do that like hug camera guy. What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi, good?
Nice to see you again.
See you again, yeah. Hi, hello.
You can say hi to Evan. He's not sick.
Yeah, like my teammate too.
Jersey Mike's. Thank you, Jersey Mike's, for fueling up our scrims. We badly need it after that 19th place. This will save us though. I guarantee we will place better having eaten Jersey Mike's than before eating Jersey Mike's.
2v2, I'm flopping it back. The best spot in LA, or Santa Monica. Been here like multiple times, never disappoints.
And he just got eggs, guys. What else did you get?
Got a blueberry waffle. And I've been cooking over easy eggs at home recently, and I do not look like this at all. Last set of scrims, we just got 3-0'd by Red Rams. Now, these 2 days that we're waiting to go play at LAN, these 2 off days, all I can think about is how we just got 3-0'd, so we're heading back to the HQ to get some last minute prep and hopefully redeem ourselves. That's the plan.
The main characters have arrived.
We can yell at them if we have to.
Jen, what are you doing, bro?
You can kidnap people through floors.
Just because it's you, or and we're here to do media day. So we're about to do, I think, photos and stuff. And then later we're gonna do like a little, I guess, skit. Best way to put it. It'll be fun. I'm gonna take my son to shopping later or what?
Yeah.
Whenever we're free, just have like. What are you doing?
The LeBron has to go playoffs.
Not in case I'm really Like, is there like, feel it.
It's the most disgusting thing I've ever felt in my life.
What do you mean? Is it like too white or like the mouse pad? Is
Not
that
the mouse pad.
No, there's like wet spots.
Yeah, the mouse pad's fly.
What's up, guys? We're here doing content for ALGS.
Hi, my name is FOXX, and to be honest, he's the most challenging. This is the hardest role I've had to play in my acting career.
Wait a minute. I got my shirt off?
Hey, my name is David, and I play the role of Reps, who I would say is probably the best player on the team.
About to wrap up some content.
Super excited.
3, 2, 1.
Ah!
It's been a great time so far, but we haven't gotten the script yet here for playoffs, so we'll have to see what the writers have in store.
This is Big Don,
This is my friend Jordan.
coach of 07.
I think he's gonna lose this line, maybe.
What?
Leave that in.
Wait, what happened? Just randomly show up, like Reject just like sometimes I You're just eyeing me the entire time.
I was watching all of you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Evan's the handsome one. If we were looking at anyone, it's not you.
Well, you were standing behind me, so.
Done with the hero shots. Now we go take the real shots. Nah, just kidding. We play tomorrow.
This is the Split 1 playoffs. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophies. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on this stage.
I'm feeling great. Ready as can be. So let's get it. Another dub. Easy. Oh, use your right to change the script once, dude? That could be rough, bro.
Locked in, baby. Ready. No caffeine, little breakfast, little cardio.
Caffeine.
Good morning. First group today, 10 o'clock. Feeling pretty good. Feeling ready. We're ready to not get one-ton dumped on today.
Seb is maybe the greatest esports player of all time. He went from being a coach to subbing in and winning 2 TIs and Dota back-to-back. So, big inspiration of mine. Model a lot of what I do after him.
Let's see how long the first game takes at the start.
You excited for the contest?
Yeah, I'm ready to destroy them, honestly.
Don't die. Easy. That's all you need to do. Just don't die. It's a battle royale after all.
TSM and Furia kind of posturing up against one another at the moment. This is going to be a straight 3v3. Verhouse will get the first knock onto Keon. They should be able to really just press this 3 versus 2. The knock comes in as well from the frag grenade from Verhouse. So a 3v2 has turned into a 2v2, and now Furia are going to turn this one around. But it's FACEIT who has to move in, who has to clutch up around the knockdown shield. A 1v1 and TSM go down. They want to take another fight, and they're probably going to be hoping it goes a bit better than last time we saw it. Yeah, you'd hope so, and I think TSM, they are a team who hold themselves in very high regard. Now, BR Demons, not Moist, TSM, all eliminated. Oh, TSM with some questions to answer. Storm points not been good. Will World's Edge be any different?
TSM versus Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the main event, right?
Yeah. Wonton Dumpling in your feet, get eliminated by TSM. I know everyone sees it. TSM with the 9 KP. Crowd gives him that hype.
Hey.
TSM, Imperial How with Raven sitting right behind him.
He's looking happy. He's looking relaxed. The crowd is loving it. Assuming that Wonton Dumpling wants to keep just smashing their head against a wall, Vicky.
Back bang! I'm peeking. Back onto us, 1v1! Bang his head, bang his head! Place up. 21st! Help him, 1-1! There's only one!
Nice. UA. Riddle getting involved as well. This is just a wild fight, frankly.
And in the line of sight of the teams that are still holding on to the high ground by Trials, are you kidding me? Yard Demons waiting in the distance as Rex, the last one alive for TSM, trying to get the last minute KP, but the Watson fence, it slows him down.
Look at that pattern from TSM. Playing from edge, it's a northern zone. They struggle to find a spot within it, but they still get their KP in. I mean, that's just like textbook Apex right there.
82 group C and D coming in now. And of course, we see the 50-50 as we have Wonton Dumpling versus TSM, who are giving them the middle.
Oh, but this is completely different. TSM playing this one a little more safely. Hal goes down though. I think that's a 1-for-1 trade.
It is here, Rolls. They would have got Keith God in the process here. Wonton Dumpling versus TSM, 2v2. Rev's dropping down. He's got the PK waiting for him. He sees it behind the door. Huge PK shots. Finishing things up with the Hemlock. Wonton Dumpling gets sent back to the lobby as the first spot in this final game.
TSM though, just charging their way through.
To the conduit ult here from Reds, but Hal gets taken out. He wasn't alongside Reds and Pearls, and now this is the green light for Fnatic to close in right behind TSM.
Almost like forgot how confident you're supposed to play because you're just so much better. It seemed like a lot of NA teams were like, except for you guys, and ironically,
that was
like
our
turtling.
first 2 games. We were just like,
turtling and just like playing like this.
Yeah. You guys, we're here at the meet and greet. Shout out to Jersey Mike's.
Thanks, Jersey Mike's.
Wait, this is the Jersey Mike's meet and greet. Met all the TSM fans. It's a lot of fun.
I need to suffer from his success. We just sort of came in flat-footed, didn't really like bring the energy, so kind of just needed those 3 games to remind ourselves that, you know, we're here at LAN on the big stage and we're not at home. It's just going to be a mentality thing, right? Because we don't have like too much time to warm up. We're just going to have to turn it on. It wasn't like mechanics or strats or team cohesion or team issues, nothing like that. No, we were just, our comms were lackluster. We didn't bring the energy. Like there's no intensity. That's really it.
And only one team coming from Lightning Rod is going to have that leisure as TSM go up against Red Rams, a rivalry that started in scrims that we'll see finished here.
I'm doing great. Feel on top of the world. It's gonna be a good day.
I feel better than yesterday, I think. I didn't have an energy drink, so I wanted to see how I felt. So, but this time we got one.
Hit check. What we got? What we got on? Ooh. Ooh.
Nice. Nice fit. Back to school fit.
It's my first bit of caffeine that I've had in months. I'm gonna start tweaking so hard right now. I'm gonna start IGLing.
Intensity on our comms right now. That's it. Some energy, boys. Need y'all yelling. All right.
Plan for today?
To win. That's the plan.
Because you're going into, oh, nice job! So yeah. Red Rams TSM was a big, explosive 3v3. Everything else played out pretty naturally over the course of the game. Them or not. The 2 teams have swapped spots in this contest.
If I'm on roof with you. I'm second floor. They escaped. Yeah, they're I got pride. I'm batting. We get up on you, Hal. Yep. I got birded. I gotta go bottom floor. They're on me. 2 of them. I cracked the horizon. I'm going to the roof. Okay. I'm with you. No, left side. Both bottom floor. You want to peek it? Left track. I'm peeking this. I'm peeking it. 31. 101. On your right. What is it? He's up. Horizon 1. John Blood. Horizon 1. +1. Oh my god, man.
Let's play aggressive on them. We have triple blues. They're on white.
I am starting to see signs of life from TSM now. They are hitting their shots. Can they get on the same page?
Cracked one. Where's there a safe spot? Crack 2. I don't think so. Noctem. Big one shot. I'm dead. 2v1. Right here. One shot it. Where is he? Help me. He's one shot. Rest.
TSM looking to get second as Fnatic as a 3-man roll in and take game number 5.
Reps was going big. He was getting vocal. You know, when he's getting vocal, things are going well for TSM, and we know that they're the kind of team, when their back's against the wall, they're still capable of this, Vicky. You know, they're not going to shut down and just give up.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing?
You picking it up for the last one?
We'll see. Unless we get landed on.
Wait, who's landing on you?
I don't know. Maybe Alliance. If they
No, Alliance is not in the group. You're good.
Oh, really?
I don't think anyone else can contest you. At least not that I know of.
We might, I don't know if they...
You'll be fine though.
How are you guys feeling after that set?
Yeah, good.
I think it wouldn't be as bad if we were in the same position if we weren't contesting. Just the fact that we are contesting makes it so much worse. It's almost like people expect us to do bad leading up to like finals and then just win finals.
I think it's playing at 10 a.m. The first block, you don't even get to warm up. Like,
well, yeah, we certainly never had this little of a warm up before.
you don't get to warm up at all. You just like play it.
But I don't think that's like. I feel like that's not why we're doing basketball play. I don't know. I feel like.
I definitely think it doesn't help. Like, at least it doesn't help me. That's for sure.
Tilted, but should be fine. Act like nothing happened. That's it. That's it. Act like nothing happened. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like we just need to gain confidence and like understand. Like, I don't know. We just need to gain confidence. Yeah. And that's it. And we'll play. We'll be fine.
Hey, we're landing on them, bro.
I know. Zyner came and told me. Yeah,
hey, that's easy. Hey, you suck at the test.
You guys got that.
Yeah.
If it works, but it could also backfire.
I have a feeling you guys have some up your sleeve.
We can't have TSM fall down right now. That's our paycheck. This is our paycheck right here.
It's true. Well, yeah, Red Rams has had 4 0-point games. Okay.
Yeah. Talking cookies.
This guy's outrageous.
Yeah, I feel like I just did.
Jen, that's fine.
Is Pathfinder, are you on drugs?
Red zone.
If you don't make it, I'm gonna get mad.
Yeah. Gonna give us good luck. Getting mentally prepared. Not feeling anything right now.
I was thinking that we could score more than 2 points on Stormpoint this time. What do you think?
Isn't it like what? How many points do we have? 8?
8. Big 8.
4.
Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I feel ambitious today.
We've gone through 2 6-game series, and we are upon our 3rd in just a moment to see whether some of the powerhouses like Dark Zero and TSM will make it into winners tomorrow, or if they will face the elimination bracket 1.
Now remember, TSM need a decent series here. Unlike in times past, they have not locked things in by now. They cannot rest on their laurels. If they want to make it to winners bracket, they have to keep going here.
Playing evac down there.
Coming. Yeah, coming. Ready?
Get pick it.
Come up.
There's somebody in green.
I killed one. Pretty fast there. Good kills.
Honestly, TSM on the roof, the audience seeing that from a distance, reps cleaning that up. Perfect shots, perfect positioning for TSM to take those shots at LG when they were trying to engage.
Go fast, take it. It's smoking me, res me.
How getting shot in the middle of this rotate, going right through the zip line.
Stand now, res now. I'm resing now. Pushing him.
They got the res, and they're gonna be able to get the reset.
Oh, that's huge, getting Hal back into the fight.
I got started at 10. That was you guys.
Oh, and now TSM, this is the green light, Dark Zero. They get eliminated. It is Furnace Pro versus TSM.
Like that.
Loose on his shield, he gets deleted by Verholt. TSM are looking to make a statement, taking game number 1 on World's Edge.
Not satisfied as usual.
A little bit of relief, but we have a lot of work to do. We're just still just terrible on Storm Point. For whatever reason, we win every fight on World's Edge when we go to Storm Point. We shut our brains off. I don't know what the issue is exactly, but
I mean, we didn't do very well. There's no secret about that, that's for sure. But tomorrow's a new day, fresh slate, winners bracket, we can get some starting points, so, you know, just gotta show up fresh tomorrow.
Sometimes it just feels like we keep repeating the same story. And a team like TSM, who somehow is always down and out for a while, finds a way to get back into the conversation. Some of you might even be thinking that it's scripted. Maybe it is.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The winners bracket is live. Match 1 is live. And we're straight into Storm Point. And we are straight into a potential scrap here as well. And it is going to be TSM. What does the script have to say about this one? That would be my question.
Bro, like, focus the God! Bro. How are they shooting us, man? How? How?
I'm dead.
Reps has only one way up. Gets creative with the climb. This is not it, and TSM fall in game 1.
Punch the bang. Back up off. They have no guns. Drop down. Bangs on me, that will. Drop down the well. Fight with me on the point. Go.
They're incoming. SSG has fallen, and well,
he gets the kill.
He takes out Complexity. Give this a big E clutch.
3 squads left. TSM technically in it. And he's behind them, behind Keynerdrop. They don't see him. Somehow from behind, Burrows takes out Tabby. This opens things up.
Burrows, man, just doing the best that he can, like Sim throughout it.
Here are your series results. And these are the 10 teams that they'll be heading into that grand final. Look how close it was at the end.
I'm tired, man. I'm like mentally just like tired. Like I said it in a Red Bull interview. I did say it. I remember I told you guys that this tournament was gonna be the biggest test for us. I said it. Like I said it.
We're not gonna say anything, but we know why. There's a lot of reasons why. There's a lot of external factors. No, there's just a lot of external factors.
We went through. That's what I said. No matter how much adversity
There is nobody else went through more hell than
like
us.
3 trials.
This is the only time in the entire tournament you're not contested. We still have the going for a car though. We'll break his chair.
Oh, we break his legs.
He can still play. I got a big old steak and eggs. Take 15 ounces. Big meal, big boy. Big day.
You like your meat, huh? You're like me big.
Thank you. In my head, trying to lock in mentally.
Pretty good. Rough road to Sunday. Now it's time to have some fun. Take home the W.
It's gonna be a blast.
He's gonna cheat. Where the cheats at?
The cheats on here, bro.
He's gonna accidentally drop his controller. Watch this, bro. Watch this.
Ready?
Ready? You ready? Go. Feeling the tingles. I'm getting the tingles. In my heart. In my heart.
Feeling good. Ready to win. Ready.
Feeling real good. Real good.
Hello, hello. Here we are.
Feeling good?
Finals day. As good as can be. Feeling great.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The 2023 World Champions, TSM!
But we had that epic line from Hodsick yesterday where he said it perfectly. We now know that gods can bleed, but the question is, can they be felled?
We are about to begin our match point finals. In this lobby, two teams who have claimed every title in the ALGS.
When we look at what has happened previously at LANs, remember, we have never seen a team win from the elimination bracket. Can TSM change that?
Both sides, oh, my spray! Alive, how gets through to 1v1? Oh, it'll be TSM out! But Disguise will win that fight. Why are you banging on your feet, man?
Oh my god. Christ. Can you guys help me?
Reps just went down for TSM as well. TSM versus SSGs happening on our screen. Reps the last remaining play.
Reps is trying to pop a back here, but he's being slid at. Is he going to be able to get this off in time? No! TSM will fall as well!
I didn't see you, bro.
TSM get eliminated.
Is this where TSM will have their 3 back-to-back wins and take the W here home?
I mean, it could definitely be the catalyst. Could definitely start it off.
Yep.
This is the Dark Zero that wins trophies, Vicky.
Nice. Good job. Can I res you? Res. Stick it. They're jumping down. Is this team real? Is this team real?
It's a massive moment for Apex! It's a huge moment for Apex North! As Reject Winity will be your champions!
Everyone was almost expecting it to be the likes of TSM and Dark Zero.
Reject Winity proved that in Apex Legends, it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what style you like to play. You can pick anything you like and still become the best.
I did say everything.
Yeah.
That someone else was gonna win. I said that this is gonna be the hardest tournament that we're gonna have. I said I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. Didn't expect Reject to win, but those guys farm though. Later coming out.
Glad of you always.
Feeling okay. Still pretty bummed, but just looking forward to Pro League now.
Looking forward to Italy. Looking forward to Italy.
I'm still thinking about. I mean, yeah, I got Italy around the corner. But I'm still thinking about Pro League now because Pro League's so soon. So we planned Italy, not realizing that Pro League was really going to be like pretty much like 2 or 3 weeks right after LAN ends. So now I'm like going to be in Italy just thinking about Pro League the whole time. So got an unfortunate time.
Bummed out, like basically like what I was saying. I'm going back to playing right away, so I'm not going anywhere like him. I don't know. Still got a lot of stuff in my mind.
And if you end up leaving, we don't know. Like, we're at the trial the new third. I've always wanted that AGL. Yeah. I think AGL is so fun. Yeah, I think I could definitely do it. The thing is, I don't know if I don't know if Jordan wants to when they'll hand it over.
Must be a lot harder than you think. But anyone can do anything, so.
I think it'll be, if I start IGL, and I mean that in and of itself will be like a learning. I'll be a lot of learning to get.
Well, maybe it'll give you another reason to Right.
Yeah, lead it would.
I don't think Jordan will let you.
Yeah, we'll see. I told you. We'll see.
I just know Jordan, he's not.
I'm willing to let him win my jail too. Like. If it was our last tournament as a team, what winning it meant to me, I mean, we would have left on a good note. Probably would have. We probably would have been even more sad to leave each other if we did leave after this tournament. Yeah, it probably would have made us more sad to leave each other. I mean, I think we're still all a little sad to like not be teaming together if we split up. But I mean, yeah, winning. I mean, that would have just been crazy if we had won again. So. Every now and then it can seem like, you know, Hal yells at me a lot, so it's like I wouldn't like him, but you know, we're still friends at the end of the day. And I want to hopefully keep in touch and, you know, remain friends. I think, you know, we've spent a long time together, living together. And I just want to say we had a great run. It's a shame we couldn't stay together, but you know, it is what it is. Things can't last forever. And I wish them the best of luck wherever they go.
Passion was less than normal just because there was like so many external factors that were affecting us this LAN. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think all the external stuff did mess with us a little bit. So we knew that Hal was going to join a different team depending on like if we like did really good at the LAN or not, which he told us like a while ago. So we always had that over our heads to like think about. So just a lot of like life-changing decisions that were pretty dependent on what was going to happen at this LAN. You know, nobody else is going to go one LAN win into a second place, into a champs win as well, and especially 5 LAN wins. And yeah, I think we built the legacy. It's been stressful at times, but it's also like all the highs outweigh all the lows. So definitely enjoyed it. I'll just say it was a good run. I mean, I still think that we're the most successful team in Apex history, so it was a good run.
I don't know, I had that question in my head the entire tournament because we were doing bad, right? It's hard to like gauge, you know, obviously when it comes to us getting 17th, everybody had to play a part in getting 17th. It wasn't just one individual. So I wouldn't say it was entirely my fault. I just say that we all just played terrible. So like when it comes to my decision of leaving or not, it's hard to decide because I just don't know what went wrong. Was it because of the external factors? I don't know, right? So it's hard to gauge. You know, I don't have any way of watching VODs or watching someone else's POV, like my teammate's POV, to kind of determine, right? But I don't know. Right now, personally, I am leaning to leaving, yes. I just want to say thank you to the fans, as usual. You know, I've always said this, you know, I appreciate you guys for always supporting us, or me, whoever, on TSM, and, you know, even when we do bad, even when we do good. You guys are the main reason why, you know, I have a job, you know, anyone else in esports has a job. You know, you guys supporting certain teams or certain players, you know, etc. I'm living a dream, and that's due to you guys. So, and everybody else that's in the same room. So, you know, I appreciate you guys. I know my teammates appreciate you. TSM appreciates you. So, thank you. Of course, you know, TSM, you know, I want to, obviously, I don't know, this is like the last dance or whatever you want to call it. But if it is, you know, there's like no words to put it, to like describe my like experience with TSM, you know, has always been just amazing. You know, I've never had an issue with TSM in and out of the game, whatever. We've always worked things out. So I have literally nothing to say bad about them. And it's not about, like, if I do leave, it has nothing to do with, like, the org or anything, right? Like, it just depends, you know, who I want to play with, right? That's what matters to me. So, yeah, That's pretty much it. Of course I'm gonna miss my teammates. You know, I might not like them right now because of the 17th, right? But you know, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna feel different than the day after that. So I think it's not fair for me to like not miss them, right? You know, I've been, like I said, I've played with Jordan for 5 years. It's been so long. Like I'm gonna still be friends with all of these guys: Raven, Jordan, Evan. Like, you know, we got first, second, first, and we've done a lot more than that from last year. So of course, I'm going to miss them. I just want to say, like, I'm sorry, because I feel like, I don't know, at the end of the day, even though we got 17th, there's still a degree of like me taking primary responsibility because I'm the IGL, making calls, right? So, I don't know. I want to say I'm sorry, and at the same time, it's like, I feel like I also did try my hardest to, you know, do my best. But yeah, I don't know. You guys are gonna, you know, even if I leave, you guys are gonna do fine without me. And I'm, like I said, I'm gonna miss you guys and I love you guys. And who knows what's gonna happen.
Talks about the future. What can we expect from TSM?
I mean, I don't know if I can top five lands in a row, but we can definitely come close, baby. We can come close, for sure. I think we definitely have the potential to be like another dynasty here.
TSM will be your North America ALGS Split 1 playoff champions. TSM are your champions!
And what a moment it is for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life.
The right guy at the right time. Raven, the coach of TSM.
Shout out to my boys for all the hard work and willing to give me a chance and listening to me, so thank you.
Thank you, Raven, for what you've given to this community, also what you've given to these guys right here.
Konnichiwa, today we're trying out Japanese snacks for the first time ever.
Whoa!
The outside is strong. Hello, maggots. It hurt. Never doing that again.
Pizza's good. Pizza's so good. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang.
Ice cream's so good. Ice cream's so good. It's so good.
Gang, gang.
Good.
Thank you, Jersey Mike. Now I can go to bed.
I'm ready, baby.
How'd you sleep last night, buddy?
The best I've ever slept.
Oh, he's still asleep.
Almost in the middle of sleep.
Overall, pretty fun day, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Bye.
Dismiss.
Man, I'm just so grateful to have teammates that I have, and you know, my coach. I think this is the best, you know, version of TSM that's ever made since the beginning of the game, and I'm proud of them. You know, for me, you know, dealing with my BS and stuff like that as a IGL. I just want to thank them because, you know, I want to be here without them.
Over there.
Yeah.
Be like, oh my god, it's TSM.
Oh my God, it's TSM. Can I have your autograph, dude?
Can I sign your bald head?
Yeah. No. I love you, boys. I love them.
The action continues here in Mannheim, Germany, as we move forward with our series of matches here at the SAP Arena. It's been a phenomenal day of competition so far here in Apex Legends, and I can't wait to see what our teams bring to the table yet again to close out our day. We've seen some pop-off performances, some entertaining moments specifically in our last series. And now it's the last opportunity for these teams to put some points up on the board, keep themselves in a solid spot. And you thought the fans might be tired by now. The second EXO shows up on screen, they are anything but. It's going to be another really exciting 6 games of action here as we get prepared on the desk to dive into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be hosting now, and this time we've got some new faces here on the desk. We've got Genome joining us. Of course, we have Graceful, and then we have Privacy, our resident analyst here for Team Falcons. So excited to have you here joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me here.
It's going to be fantastic. Genome, you're up here chatting all things about us as well. You ready to talk about some APAC?
Oh, yeah. We've got, look, Guild's back. We're going to see Legends Gaming, who, you know, despite having 2 subs today, have started pretty well.
We've got lots to talk about here, but if you guys are just joining us, the hype is still happening. I respect this so much. Not giving up until our series are done. But if you missed our last show, we have some really exciting moments that we want to talk about before we dive into our next series, specifically Furia. I mean, they were just dominant and went out at the top, but in the most perfect way, Graceful. We finally got to see what that invisible Crypto can really do.
I'm honestly surprised we got to see it this early, and they've been talking about it, and he said they even have a calm, I'm making the play. They know what it is. It was so fun to see. But Crypto being, you know, predominant after the meta change is great.
Yeah, we just saw that clip there from Monsoon. We took the 50 minutes break there to repair the desk after he smashed it, missing that Eva clip.
Listen, it was a little bit of a tough start for Complexity. They were able to close it out strong with that win at the end. And one thing that I think you would be proud of, Privacy, is the fact that when it came to the talent predictions for that second series, all 3 teams that the talent talked about were the 3 at the top. We had Furia, we had Gaming Gladiators, and we had TSM. Give me your thoughts.
That's true, that's true. I mean, Furia and Gaming Gladiators in this group, specifically for C versus D, they dominated in their scrims. Furia and Gaming Gladiators were like competing who scores more in these groups. So I wasn't surprised at all from them scoring good points in today. TSM picked their performance in the last week. Before that, they were not scoring really good points, but after last week they played very well and they scored a lot of points. So I'm not surprised of even seeing TSM in the 3rd place.
Yeah, we definitely see that reflected here as we also have those overall standings up on the screen right now as we get to see the second half of those standings. And there are definitely some surprises here on that second page, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, having a look here, obviously, if it was to end now, these would be the teams going to the elimination bracket. But yeah, looking especially down the bottom, Liquid Alienware.
Right?
I mean, that's the one that really makes my eyes pop.
Well, a team that I think our crowd is definitely going to be hoping is doing well here is EXO. Energy has not dropped in any way, shape, or form. They have the jerseys, they have the flags, they have the energy, the signs, they've got it all. Will that help EXO moving forward? Does that help in general, Privacy? When you're at a lane and you can hear the crowd cheering for your team, what does that do for mental?
It helps a lot. It boosts the whole confidence, boosts the whole motivation, and then everything, the vibes. The team wants to show everything they can just for the supporters, and definitely it helps them. I expect EXO to do better than what they started with.
I love that. I love that. And of course, we have quite a few recognizable teams in our final series here for the day. Let's take a look at which teams will be participating because it's now groups B and D, Graceful. Heavy hitters in this lobby.
Really heavy hitters. And I think also, like we said before, a lot of teams that we didn't expect to be at the bottom are now at the bottom, and they're hungrier than ever, I believe. I think that, you know, like we talked about the support from your fans, honestly, when you're like, you just want to make everything happen just for them. And like they come here, show up this energized, that's going to give you energy nonetheless. And I'm rooting for EXO, not only because it's my past team as well, but Winnie and the boys and Joe, they got this, I'm sure of it.
All right, Privacy, this is your moment. Okay, obviously Falcons in the lobby. You are expecting big things for them. We were talking about it in the green room. Give me your thoughts about your squad.
In this group, I would expect us to win the group for sure, because we, during the scrims for this group, we averaged really high points, 12 points per game. That was a big gap to the next one, which was a Moist, and a big gap to the third one. Moist was on around 10 point something points per game, and the third one was Liquid, which we hope that they will do good in this one. Liquid were around 7.4. That's a huge gap between the first two and the third, which was a Liquid. And then after that was TSM, because as I said, they picked up their performance in the last week. Before that, they weren't really scoring a lot of points. But yeah, I would expect us to win this one. Hopefully 80 plus points.
I would not expect anything less in an answer from you, Privacy. I think they're going to do well as well. But a team that we heard Genome mention just a short while ago, a very notable team as well, is Guild, with that roster of Jesco, Legacy, and of course, MT. Well, Genome got a chance to catch up with MT before the event, so let's see what he had to say.
MT has been on the forefront and like on the cutting edge of IGLing and how to play the game since the very start.
So MT brings consistency and confidence to the team. Confidence enables us to, you know, push every fight. Our decision making, everything's like a lot better than it used to be.
I think when someone like MT comes onto the free market, it's crazy not to, right? It's crazy not to just even look at that option. You can grab one of the most venerated IGLs in all of Apex Esports. Yeah, of course you go for that.
How is it playing with MT?
Where is he? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Hit and miss sometimes, but for the most part, very good.
So pretty much, I stepped down from Moist. Wasn't happy on the team at the time. I was like struggling being away from home, like pretty much moving to the US. My life became Apex. It was like all I did. I spent some time away from the game, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I think just being able to take like a step back and like reevaluate was like what I needed. And like a lot of people even said like after the 2-week break, like Waltzy especially, he was like, you're like a different person now. Why couldn't you figure this out when you're on my team?
I think if someone is going to make the change to move from your home country over to North America, it's not just the play. It's your mental health. It's you're leaving family. It's you're leaving everything that you've ever known to chase this dream and give your career the best possibility.
I think it's been the right move for him as a person, and you know that sometimes that's more important than Apex.
We had the LA LAN and we kind of looked back pretty objectively and decided what we knew what we were missing, and that was like a disciplined structure for what we should do, because we haven't been in that situation as many times or maybe ever. So then like the option came up with grabbing MT, and it's like you'd really be stupid not to.
I know for a fact when Legacy and Jesco are like on and locked in, they're like two of the best players in the world, like without a doubt. They're both like unbelievable players, so I'm so confident. Legacy has done some of the he like 1v3'd Moist. That was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, like straight 1v3. And then Jesco's just doesn't really make mistakes. That's like all you need from like a support player.
I'm really keen to see what MT can do with these guys. When MT came back, you know, all of a sudden they turn into this team that's like, oh, this could be a threat.
And if anyone can do it, I think MT can.
Seems to be the general consensus, especially from you, Genome, is that obviously big things expected out of somebody like MT. So talk to us a little bit about Guild Esports.
Yeah, so this is a team that came onto that. You know, we saw them at that LAN stage, made finals in their first appearance here. And a lot of that definitely was off the back of Legacy and Jesco and the amount of firepower they had there, bringing in MT. That kind of system discipline they were talking about and his IGLing abilities. Not to mention, I would say in the last year, he has also improved his mechanical skill quite a bit. Because at one time, you know, his IGL abilities have never been in doubt. But once he really got on that mechanical level, all of a sudden it just felt like he really was one of the best IGLs in the world.
And we'll have to see what Guild is able to bring to the table in this next series of matches. Lots on the line for quite a few of our squads if they want to set themselves up well heading into day 2 of our competition. But another team that we had expected big things out of, a couple of our talent picked them in the last series of matches, is TSM. Well, we haven't gotten a chance to talk with Peeps too much lately, but I believe he got a chance to catch up with Verhulst, so let's see what he had to say.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Player Lounge. We got the one, the only, the human aimbot. We got Verhulst. So listen, I ran into your brothers, all right? How does it feel? And I know I ask you this a lot, all right? But we just saw them in Saudi Arabia, and now they're here in Germany to come to support you. Like, explain that to us.
I mean, man, I love it. I mean, nobody's got a family like me. No one has fans that are coming to every single event. I'm super lucky to have my family, and they're able to actually come to these events. Like, it's such a power up, such a buff for me, and yeah, no, they'll be at all the events coming up too.
Shout out the Verhulst brothers. Shout out the Verhulst family. So listen, I gotta ask. You guys finished 3rd place in this group. Looked amazing. Some games went, not the strongest. Other games went great. What went wrong? What went right?
I think what went wrong for the most part was our team fighting was just a little bit off. Our rhythm was a little bit off. We kind of we were just playing them a little. We were playing the fights a little bit too fast. So what would happen is, like, we'd fly our drone in and try and EMP a team, and our drone would get broken, and then we'd keep trying to fight them. But like without your drone, it's pretty difficult. Yeah. So that was a big mistake, and we realized that, and we fixed it pretty quickly. And we're feeling way more confident going into this next set. I think the mistakes we made were really easy to fix, and yeah, no, we should be a lot better this next set here.
I got faith. I'm pretty sure I have you guys winning the next group, man. So prove me wrong, prove me right, please. But guys, that's Verhulst, the human aimbot from TSM. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys around.
Shout out to the Verhulst family is right, peeps. They are always a massive support system here for Big E. Obviously, taking a look at TSM, we can hear the chants beginning in the crowd as well. Graceful. They are starting to look really solid.
The thing is I got lucky enough to be with Verhulst on the cab all the way to the hotel, and we talked the entire trip. I'm talking about past stuff, current stuff, future stuff, and the way he sounded, like, solid confidently, is like, we're doing better than EWC. There was no doubt in his mind. We worked on some stuff. It's going to go better. I picked them last game. They almost made it all the way up. So they got it in them to make it happen, and I'm very happy to see him happy. It's Big E.
Right. Definitely an opportunity for TSM to snowball after their performance in the last series, now heading into this one. But one thing that could potentially impact that performance is, of course, our drafts. Those drops our teams will be getting themselves into. We're going to start pulling them up here. TSM kicking things off with a very solid position at Skyhook West. But as they continue to come through, Privacy, I want to get your thoughts on some of these spots and what could work for some of these teams, who you're a little bit concerned about, etc.
I think this draft will help so much TSM by having SkyWest and Trials. They performed from it well as well in the past. The same will go for, I think, Liquid in this PO and this time. They will do good. They play Harvesters all the time, but they will do good because in this time the south map a little bit less congested. There is no team in Mirage. That things will help FaZe as well.
Yeah.
That they lost Mirage in the last group, in the first group, and now they have Mirage free for them. It will be a little bit of a hassle to go into the northeast side of the map because there is team in Survey, team in Epi, team in Frag East. There is a team everywhere. The zones that will be in the northeast side, that will be a problem for multiple teams that are coming from the south side. Us as well from the middle of the zone. But everything in the south, that will be a really good. And then I think the teams like TSM will be scoring way more points from World's Edge.
And we've got a pattern that repeated from groups A and B, and that's that only 5 teams have first picked on World's Edge. Exactly the same 15 teams going for Storm Point first. And if you ask players, they'll say, yeah, because there's only 5 POIs on World's Edge, right? Which is a little bit hyperbolic, but you get the point. The mid sort of POIs in Storm Point are not quite so bad, but on World's Edge, if you miss those first few, kind of rough.
All right, well, now that we know where everyone's landing, let's take a look at those talent predictions, see if everybody is going to be as accurate as they have been so far, because I think we're going to start seeing some pretty high point totals already for some of us. I mean, I'm seeing a cool 139 near my name, not too shabby. 143 for Tiff, but we have lots of Team Falcons love on here, obviously, for this group matchup. We're gonna see a lot more Moist. Me and Dia on that Liquid Alienware train. They're a team that we saw at the second half of our overall standings, very far to the bottom, but a team that's very capable of slaying out and really picking up their performance so far. Graceful, I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see me, I went with Alliance this time. Most people are going Falcons. I like to hit my boys Alliance up because they did a lot better than what I assume everybody expected with Tyler. Way better. They took so many good fights, and I'm just sharing on for that.
12 points per game.
I wanted to disappoint you for your pick. Alliance is averaging 6 points only per game in this group.
Yeah, we'll see.
It might change. We will see.
Stats don't lie, and Privacy knows exactly what he is talking about, but we're moments away from finding out just how accurate those stats are, because match number 1 is about ready to get underway. Tiff and Dia, let's get into it.
Hey, let's get into it. I did see a nice 143 by my name, so let it be known that me and Snipedown were 3 for 3 on our predictions, potentially. As long as Falcons, average those 12 points per game, Privacy.
That's pretty messed up.
I'm torching you, my guy. You're my analyst. What is happening here?
I know. I'm disappointed in myself. You can only imagine how the fans feel. Now, since we're looking at these games, there is the chance for redemption here. I know Glitter was talking about how she and I are on the same page because of the whole Liquid thing, and I am wondering how Liquid will do since you and I returned to World's Edge, and this is the second time that Liquid have prioritized picking Harvester. They're one of the very few teams to be prioritizing a World's Edge pick.
Yeah, and I'm really shocked, right? Because, I mean, that is great for them, knowing that it's a relatively central area on World's Edge, and considering our first series of the day, how many of those zones pulled directly due north? I'm talking Epicenter, Climatizer, and then, of course, the Apex gods favored us by pulling down to Monument inevitably, but I think we could potentially go back. However, we did get some thermal stones in that middle series, and I really do miss those.
Yeah, the way that thermal zones played out was really fascinating, and getting to see that as a sharp transition from Climatizer was interesting as well. I enjoyed our central zone over by Monument, as really every time that we get to see just even a slightly different poll, it gives us a totally different idea of course, how the teams are going to play and how they're best adapting between different series. But it's time for us to kick it off. That first game on World's Edge begins right now.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be interesting, right? We did see the POI draft just ahead of this. Now think of Alliance and how powerful they performed in groups A versus B. They were actually dropping Sky West and had a large majority of that space to themselves. For this particular series, they're going to be all the way down in stacks. And unlike SSG from that first series, they're not going to be alone. SSE-Xray launches straight into Big Mod and can be difficult for them on rotation.
Now, with guilds starting this far south, they do have actually a pretty decent beginning. One of the things that they are missing is the chance to actually hit a ring scan. So I'd like to see them rotate pretty quickly out of launch site, maybe a little further up to the north. Perhaps not as far north as Moist are, but Moist are going to be much happier in this series than the one that we covered earlier, because at least this time they're not contested up in Climatizer. We finally get to see them with a full POI.
We do, and we get to see them potentially have a really nice rotate into zone once they get geared up here. I was looking at kind of the series results and the stats for the players just off A versus B, and Moist, it reads as player stats. Moist 1, 2, 3. Waltzy walks away with like 21 eliminations, and their damage differential goes crazy. But just as we say that, I was eluding a nice rotation. Keep an eye on where we're going. Guys, we got to return to Skyhook. It wouldn't be a me cast if we weren't going to Skyhook.
It's true. As long as we don't go anywhere further south than Landslide, Tiff is on the broadcast. And that certainly staying true here. The fact that this time Skyhook East is populated as well is going to change the way that this plays out. And of course, with TSM slotted in during the west side of Skyhook, they should have priority on a lot of these zones. Keep your eyes on GHS Professional as well. Coming out of the center of the map, they've actually got good priority on rotations, and this wasn't something that we got to see nearly as much from them last couple of games because so many zones pulled over to the northeast side of the map.
It's 100% correct, right? You look at Epicenter, they have the survey beacon, they have a ring console, and that's kind of where they landed in that first initial series and kind of keep that going through. You get access to all the tunnel loot, and then you have that jump tower towards the north, which they could use to dive on into Skyhook to really leverage that. Cloud9, though, started out pretty smooth in their second series, their very first series of the day, but the second of our groups that we witnessed here on the stage. And a lot of that you have to think about. This team, Chaotic, Sauce, Naughty, if Sauce believes in his calls and the team kind of goes along with it, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, and it's something that I know talking to Koljan just before the matches was fascinating to look at, was the way that Cloud9 were approaching this tournament as a whole, because this is a very different path for them than for a lot of other teams. Knowing that they're already likely qualified for champs, C9 can actually take a slightly more relaxed approach and really focus on this LAN as its own thing, whereas a lot of other teams do have to factor in qualifications for other international competitions during the whole thing. Now, they have mirrored GHS in a way, being the second to take the jump tower, but because they are still very early rotators in the grand scheme of things, they do manage to get first dibs on the train building.
Wow, times are a-changing as we look through our legend picks from this series. Crypto 17. That means we have 17 extra observers in our lobby that could potentially play hide and seek like we witnessed Madness to do. A couple Fuse in the niche Pathfinder, of course, but Catalyst, and of course, the one lone Wraith.
The singular Wraith.
The
There's
nasty.
always one. There's always one. Team Falcons making their way up through. Guys are still pretty far north to go, and they're going to be caught up between a couple different teams. Guys are always difficult to make your way out of, whereas into Skyhook seems to be where Bleed have already found themselves.
Look, if I'm Bleed right now, I'm on an absolute revenge tour after my last series. A couple unfortunate things and still performed north of 30 points in that series, but knowing when you need to set yourself up to get into winner's bracket, that this has to be where you turn it around and go north of 50. So setting stop up in market right now, you do have to deal with FaZe, who now a duo. When you lose out on that Newcastle right off the rip, that is pretty detrimental. Sure, you can craft, but not when it's a Skyhook zone and everyone moves in with the quickness.
And we talked about how much forgiveness a pick like Newcastle gives you, so losing that early on really hurts. Synetic goes back for the banner and goes down for it, giving you even less wiggle room.
I told you, Vengeance Tour here, they're not going to let him even try to get that one off. Dropped, immediately picks up another elimination, and knowing that FaZe likely has that solo, should they decide to expend 2 players over there to just go ahead and evict this building, it looks to be so. Arctic on the run, tried to make a move towards FENNEL, comes straight back into the building with Bleed, and, well, I'm sorry, but that fortress that you initially set up might be your tomb.
And there's just nowhere to go. As soon as Arctic tries to leave the building, there's no safety to be found outside, there's no other cover, and FaZe go down. That's our first squad to be eliminated, and in really detrimental fashion for their overall standings.
3 points so far. Look, we're already on the move, and as the majority of our squads have made their way here into Skyhook, there's going to be teams that are still rotating out on the edge. Team Liquid, Alienware, your prediction here, finally kind of making their move. Harvester, though, it's not too bad of a rotation from that, especially when you've got a lot of information there to go off of, and you come in relatively juiced.
Now, Liquid getting this building, actually a decent spot for the end game. We have seen Zones in Skyhook pull a little bit further down to the south and towards this surrounding area. It does, however, look like we're going to be going a little further north, and that's where you can get a lot of value out of Catalyst. We've seen quite a few teams turn towards this pick that gives you a lot of flexibility in the late game, and importantly, isolates you from a whole side of the ring if you can make it late enough, especially into Zone 6 and beyond.
And some of the things we don't talk about with our controller legends is that shield overload, right? So as soon as you play inside the zone, which is such a heavy preference of our new season patch, is that you get that extra tick on your shield. So he basically is red while appearing as purple. But for Alliance, a solid performance on World's Edge for them. Now they just need to do the same thing here in this series.
Getting a, what we'll call disengage EMP thrown at them off of Guild, I think only gives more power to Alliance, though yes, it buys Guild a little bit of time, but they haven't moved that far with it. Tyler, Rocket's on board and should be able to deal with this. There goes Jesco, and Alliance take the first bite out of the Guild sandwich.
I was gonna say, dude's got absolute ice in his veins, rolls up, drops the Rolling Thunder, and immediately, without even hammer points, that is how disgusting disgusting these Akimbo Mozambiques are. Now, I'm going to wait to see the stats at the end of the day to see just how much damage came from all 3 group series from the Akimbo Mozambiques, but it's so many. Now, however, we can see that energy, or the zipline wasn't energized, which gives that 50% damage reduction, so I was really nervous on that rotate, but just trying to get back towards that high ground for them would be nice.
Alliance do have a rotate to focus on here, so the fact that they've picked up at least the singular kill on Guild is not a bad thing. They should be able to, in fact, stay ahead of the rest of Guild on their subsequent rotate. About a minute left until this zone closes, so yes, they have time, but what Alliance should be focusing on is putting themselves in a good position to gatekeep Guild during future end zones and set themselves up to receive the injection of loot. Find some loot pills for the next zone close, because as the minute rolls over, as zone 2 starts closing, that's when you got to start thinking about getting gold bins, getting access to mythic bins as well.
And you got Hal here, back on Fuse, right? Kind of dabbled with the Newcastle pick in that initial series, and they're going to be one of the latest teams making it in towards the Skyhook area. And they originally were pushing to Grandma's house, and from there you can usually make evac plays, you can rotate towards the north and walk it in, but we actually double back towards Countdown and take that choke point straight into Skyhook, which is oftentimes gate kept by a lot of teams on high ground with line of sight, but so far we're okay.
Yeah, right now, Skyhook is like weirdly not that populous simply because there's a lot of Skyhook in, and everybody's got slightly different reads on where it's going. It lets Falcons, yes, walk in, even though they are pressured a little bit, for the cost of just a tick of damage. Zero does a nice guy, clearing out the fence so that everybody else can slide in right behind him without having to worry about the Watson fence, but I wouldn't worry, because Falcons really have no teams that are actually looking to finish them off. I wouldn't say that they're the biggest threat to anyone right now, because there's nothing forcing teams into each other. It's all about finding a spot, and for right now, for Falcons, for everyone else, it's just about not making a mistake for the next 2-3 minutes.
It really is, and I think if we just kind of let Jen Burton almost just like lock it down, keep the drone up in the air, and look at where everything is going to get all of the information for the surrounding teams, you have to think TSM is the team that lands Skyhook West, and you see where they've set up almost to where the circles are intersecting, but it looks like Guild Esports is able to get one of their members back on in, which will be nice to get those numbers back up.
And it will still mean that they're behind Alliance, which is a little bit concerning. This rotation up from the south could very well split the teams up, especially if you see Guild wanting to avoid Alliance. It's likely that they actually go through the choke that we just saw Falcons walk through that is now all the more challenging to access because there are more teams in that area.
And it's true, and I originally had thought the zone was actually going to pull down towards that kind of catwalk area outside of Countdown where you start to enter Skyhook, but that's not necessarily the case. So a lot of teams will still have that area to rotate on in. But for EXOCLAN, who has such a massive fan base here at Mannheim, Germany, rooting for them, you want to see them do well here in this series.
The fact that the zone continues to pull us even further north as well does suggest that high ground in Skyhook is going to be one of the most important spots. And I know that we say that quite a bit, but I'm not talking about just any random high ground. I mean ultimate height in the center of Skyhook, which typically is not that valuable as we get later on into the match. In this particular case, it's stuck around for the first 2 zones. It's going to be in for the 3rd. It might even be in for the 4th. And that is, it is in for the 4th, is going to mean that a team like Legends is in a fantastic position. I'll include teams, of course, like Cloud9 and E-Xolos, who rotated in pretty early as well to hit the train building, as teams with some of the most longevity in this game.
Hear me out. This is going to be an absolute mess of an end game, especially with that center building being included, because there's these fences right here.
Yeah.
And anytime that circle starts to pull, depending on where it actually shifts, teams get caught up on there. And you can see no one is going to go there until they absolutely have to. But you still have the team occupying Trials that's going to have to rotate in from the west straight towards Bleed and VK Gaming.
Falcons picking a small fight with EXO. Haven't had the best series of EXO, or rather haven't had the best day so far. Defensive EMP is not a good sign either, I will say. Falcons are biding their time. There's no rush for this fight, as they've already got a numbers advantage, and there's not a lot of teams looking to third-party this. Yes, we might get a few people poking their heads in here and there, but it's difficult to enter this building, and even harder to identify a good time to do so when the fight's been slowed down by this much, and Falcons are under no pressure to really push the pace. They're looking for openings. They know they've got kills ahead of them.
Well, once this ring closes, they're going to get that next information, but this gets them one step closer towards that next zone. More EMPs coming through, and despite Alliance having one elimination, we go to an actual pixel of HP for Unlucky. We do get the shield bat off and can get back towards that high ground, but this is something that Hackis was telling me about coming into this LAN in particular with all of the cryptos in the lobby, north of 15 of them. That's like so much information that we have to fight against, and he was saying that IGLs in particular are going to lead their teams either very aggressively and int with that information, or else they're going to have information overload and not want to push anything.
That's certainly the case. I mean, when you realize exactly how many threats are around you, it's difficult as an IGL to intake all of the most relevant information. It's the constant challenge of the role, and now you've got access to it yourself. Legends pop their heads out, and a nice job making sure that they keep high ground to themselves. They start the fight off well. Nasky's already got a great angle, and VK Gaming really do not get to play Apex Legends. They walk up disrespectfully towards a spot that you know Legends should be holding just fine.
Nasky disrespecting anyone? Like, what do you mean? I'm calling him Legends in pajamas for real. Then Gil, despite that initial reset, they make their way over towards Skyhook, and this is the punishment that Fuse can enact on you. Once you just have these knuckle clusters stacked and you immediately get someone cracked, you just start full sending those, and this is where the mobile respawn beacons are so great.
Is a crazy mobile respawn. There is no way that Guild are going to pull that off, and I say that like sort of hoping against hope that they do it anyway. Much in the same way that I'm hoping for Tyler as he waits off to the shield swap, and he almost gets the kill. Finished off just in time. That was almost disastrous for FENNEL.
And he was just so locked in and confident with, yeah, no, this is free, right?
How are we getting this?
Welcome back, Guild Esports. Let's full send a full reset inside of Skyhook. Now, you have to think about where they're positioned. Because the circle keeps pulling so far north, they're on that south side towards the choke. Of course, everyone is going to look at this. My question is, who's going to be the first one to maybe send 1 or 2 players over? STRIDERZ would be the closest team to be able to do so.
X and Y, who were looking at Guild from the other side, have taken an evac tower into the ring, so there is a little bit of movement that Guild can make towards the west to get out of here alive, but they lose MT immediately. Jesco can't really put up a defense, and we're back down to this duo of Jesco and Legacy that were starting on Guild, that picked up MT, and now have to rely on just each other again.
And we have the ring at our back. We have to go forward. There's nothing we can do about MT, but for Guild Esports right now, game number 1 on World's Edge is that regain blender that sometimes you just find yourself just trying to claw out of, and it's not a healthy environment to go through. For them, you just want to play the game, and instead, you just get EMP'd.
And it's going to happen again and again and again for as long as Guild are living in this game, because they've got no cover. Everyone has scouted them. They're being shot in the side by X and Y. Legends grab the kill, and with just Jesco left, with Watson fences between him and safety, he will go down, never touching zone number 4. E-Xolos still alive, managed to play underneath the central building in Skyhook as Not Moist take a reset on the eastern side.
This is crazy they're able to do this, especially using that knuckle cluster to kind of isolate that area. You do not want STRIDERZ to be able to drop down on them. And let me just tell you, all of my time watching STRIDERZ and scrims, they are a very conservative, almost like a passive team. They only want to take the fights that are going to be guaranteed to not necessarily have a ton of teams immediately into them.
And that's a difficult thing for Not Moist, because their exit towards the north is going to be really heavily fence dependent, as so many rotations during the next zone close will be. Even Falcons, who are sat in relative safety now, will have to, just like GHS, just like Legends, make their way out towards the north, with the only cover being fences, and the real difficulty being who's going to coordinate how you rotate out relative to the other teams. Falcons look safe right now, but if they pick the same fence as GHS, if they pick the same fence to play as Legends, both those teams are mutually assured their own destruction.
Hear me out. We have 13 squads still up. We're about to go down to 6, maybe 7 in the next 30 or so seconds as we see this mass exodus come out of the donut building here in Survey. So this fight is vital, considering in that initial series for Falcons, they only got 9 points across the entirety of World's Edge, and we are just fragging. XNY falls, and we're already north of 6 eliminations. Jen Burton cannot fall here. We need to make sure that Zero gets out, but the Mastiff, it connects down behind the gold knockdown. This is another brilliant reason for them. Can we do the dance around the Mastiff and round the gap?
In the smoke, oh, he was healing for just a bit, but in comes Bleed, and out they go. Team Falcons go down, as do Legends. With just Amphi left, he slides on by EXO, and we've got even more action brewing as around these fences there is chaos. Nasky, last alive on the Wraith, has got to hold the banner up for Legends. TSM go down, EXO go down, 7 squads are left, and FENNEL are picking up the pieces before being picked up themselves.
Well, we're going down to 6, top 6 as FENNEL fall. We knew that mass exodus was going to cost all of our teams trying to get out of that building. So you look towards that north, the train station. Cloud9 has been there, but something to note is that STRIDERZ, instead of fighting with NOEZ, decided to rotate on in. SSE-Xray kind of clear out that southern side and will be the only one on this side of the map, but have the farthest to go on that rotation. However, something to note, look where Not Moist went. We were on top of STRIDERZ, and now we are literally on the other side.
All the way to the other side of the zone, and so importantly, with no one else to worry about. Not Moist and SSE, the only ones really outside, and Not Moist make the really fascinating move to get right up next to this building, be ready to third-party a fight, and importantly, keep all sight lines away from them. It's very difficult for SSE to mess with Not Moist, and the win condition for every team in this train station is going to be being the last of the fight, something that E-Xolos should have in the bag with the height that they have.
Well, you just think about what happened in game 1 of A versus B. E-Xolos come out swinging and put up one of the most massive games we've seen thus far, and you play high ground on this. You've got the fences outlining it. This is going to be crazy, and the mobility that Kirev on the Pathfinder locks in for them. If we kick this off with another win for them, maybe we can get another second, but the fence lines, we told you, SSE-Xray, they can take angles from here. High ground is key.
And that is really not good. It opens things up for STRIDERZ when they should never have had a shot. SSE should have controlled so much ground, but they get picked off from high ground, and it is just over for them. They are taken down with now 4 squads left. It's STRIDERZ who are in control of the lobby, now having to move out into the line of fire of E-Xolos, who have got high ground for so long. This could be another South American win we're casting in our first game on World's Edge tip.
It really could. They pop over the fence, and Kirev just lets the Nemesis go. The Mozambiques from this distance at the Akimbo will be a more difficult connect, but Moist is already looking at cleaning up some of STRIDERZ, but now everyone just full sends, and you're just kind of waiting. You don't want to be the next team that starts this fight, because that means you're essentially going to go out for maybe, what, 1 or 2 eliminations, but you want more of those placement points from second and first.
It's all about who's dropping and when it's happening. Watson fences are going to be essential here, and C9 are just waiting for their chance to go down, but they cannot jump straight into Not Moist, and now it's E-Xolos to take matters into their own hands, jumping down with the Newcastle wall. Brutus stays alive with the mobile shield. In the smoke, he's got a Mastiff and a Dream, a wall to protect him, but it ain't enough. E-Xolos lose 1, lose 2, it's down to Kirev, and they go down. Moist come in, but they get cleaned up, and it's C9 from the middle of that train station sandwich that take game 1.
Hey, I'm feeling it. Chaotic Naughty Sauce. Look how pumped Alex is there in the back. That is what we're talking about. Trust in Sauce and let it happen. Those are some solid calls coming out. I saw a screenshot that Cloud9 tweeted out from one of our Storm Point games when it pulled out towards the east of Stormcatcher, and you just have a lone Cloud9 over here that called it immediately. They are so good when they fix some of the minor mistakes that they make.
Yeah, I mean, very fast rotate from C9, but what fascinated me, like you just mentioned, is the avoidance of mistakes in that end game. C9 were not looking for a flashy win. They were not looking for a play that could suddenly change the game for them. They were in a really tough spot. And instead of going for some sort of panic maneuver, sending it onto Moist, trying to drop down on the side of the building, they just waited. They waited for somebody else to make a move first, and in a lot of times, I think I would critique that. I would look at that and go, well, I don't think you really did anything to try and win yourself the game, so what are you expecting? And in this particular case, especially given the nerves of groups, I'm looking at this and going, that patience, that's what won you the game. That could be the thing that pushes you into winner's bracket.
That is 100% the difference that's going to make or break you advancing from that winner's bracket on over towards our grand finals. So let's go ahead and pull up those match 1 results. A 16-point game, able to grab 4 eliminations from that. Not Moist, a 16-point game as well, going out in second. But something to note, that E-Xolos, that was a brazen play, kind of sending the Newcastle wall down to the center, because you're like, oh, wait, it's going to be the first person that jumps in. Brutus is like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
I'll take one. We're going to full send for South America. I've got my wall, I got my massive, let me rip.
And it is one of those plays that, sort of like I was talking about with Cloud9, rides the duality of, if this works, suddenly you're a genius. E-Xolos, they made the play, and while it didn't work, still grabbing top 3 is really nice, especially in a match where the top score was 16. Not putting anyone who placed first or second in this case that far ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Hey, well, let's see if they can do it again. Cloud9 looking for a solid series. Our last one of the day from the group stages of day 1 ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, match number 2.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Guy in this corner.
Do you have Bangle?
Watch up top. I have Bangle.
Do
yes,
you have Bangle?
Yes.
You need to use it at endgame. Below us, and then a team across, and a team above us. Bangle down, Bangle down, Bangle down, Bangle down.
Yeah, Bangle down.
Trend in. I'm gonna trend. No, my drone fucking broke. I'm trolling. We need peek this. We need peek this. No, we don't. I'm batting. Okay. I'm peeking now. I'm gonna bat. Right below us. I'm throwing an arc.
I can jump in.
Over here. Jump right.
Cause this one. Oh, that's.
I'm dead.
Give me knockdown.
Right above me.
You can win this. Nice.
Let's go, boys.
I don't even shoot my gun.
I trolled that so bad. I trolled that so bad.
It's a beautiful day in Mannheim, Germany, and that's some beautiful comms right there. If you come out with a win and you end it with, I trolled this, it sounded like it was an absolute shambles. All I hear is, oh, my drone is broke. Oh my God, hit the res. Dia, that is a fun first game.
It is my comms exactly. I've got people in my ear, they're going, you got this, it's all you, and I'm going, it's not all me. It's not happening. But yet they come out on top, and that's really great for, I mean, it's a great thing for C9. Really difficult to predict when it came down to the end game, because you never knew who was going to fall first within the smoke, within the castle wall. Really, it all comes down to execution and focus from each of these teams. Nobody was focusing C9, and at the end of the day, they get out with 16 points. But we did mention this, or briefly allude to it, not Moist, right there with them. They may have placed second, but they got the same amount of points.
Yeah, I told you, they were absolutely cracked in their first series. With the amount of eliminations they were able to acquire in A versus B, I'm talking 50 across 6 games. That is so hard to deal with, but we'll go ahead and pull up that map rotation. Obviously, we're on World's Edge. We'll be there until after match number 3, and then we'll kick things on over to Stormpoint. But Cloud9 have kicked off our series despite how aggressive and how fragging all the potential that Not Moist has. And that was kind of my biggest thing when I was looking at this series. I was like, we could either go Falcons, we could go Not Moist, or someone could come out swinging for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is still very early on in the tournament, so I'm seeing plenty of opportunity for other teams to pick up wins here and there. For right now, though, what's important is that this is, for these teams, for this, specifically this round today, the second opportunity that they've had on stage. And so you've got, in some cases, expectations to uphold, and in many expectations to defy. Say a team like EXO that didn't have the greatest last series. Now that you're entering your second time on stage, yes, group stages seem long, mostly because we've been here all day, Tiff. But we're going to be here all day tomorrow, and then suddenly group stages is over. And these teams do not have that many series left to play.
They really don't, and there's something to note about group stages in particular. Not only is it about kind of figuring out how these LAN lobbies are going to play, what other teams are going to do now that we're not dealing with scrims, we're on lower ping, everyone's kind of on that same level playing field. It's the importance of that implementation of the POI draft.
Yeah.
You have to think about what your picks are going to look like for winners bracket, and that's going to be based on a large majority of your group stage performance. So being able to have a lot more points than the rest of the lobby shoots you up there.
Yeah, like you're talking about, the more points you're able to gather, the higher you're able to seed yourself, the better chance you have of making it to the finals through the winners bracket. Say a team like Not Moist, who've already started off really well, I think that in LANs previous, we'd be looking at this team and going, well, they're done. They don't really have to think about this anymore. They can just play through winners bracket and it'll be fine. But because of the POI draft, with every series that you're able to take, with every time you're able to increase your standings, you're also earning yourself better POIs when it comes to the elimination stage of the tournament, something that EXO really do need to worry about. They, as I mentioned, were a team that did not have the greatest series just moments ago, and now really need to change that storyline to be able to hit even middle of the pack and make their way into winners.
Well, I talked about a revenge story maybe for Bleed Esports coming into this series, but EXO Clan, they're kind of on a comeback season as well. I'd put them on par with kind of NRG, right, and Noct. They just need to perform well to ensure themselves getting into that finals lobby, because it's kind of weird when we don't have K-Swinny in a finals lobby.
I would even say that EXO have had a more difficult comeback story than NRG, whose major driver over the past couple of splits has been, when are they making it back? When are they becoming this Titan that we saw before? EXO, yes, they've had those days, but the biggest focus for me on this team has been the fact that they split up and are jiving again in a new meta with a, like we said, new draft, new way of playing ALGS, and they're doing all of this now on the biggest stage in Apex Legends.
I couldn't imagine a better team for this style of play, and I'll tell you why. Because not only is Slayers really adaptable and flexible, you can throw him on any legend. I don't know if you guys remember, he's won on Lifeline, he's won on Lifeline solo, which is crazy. And of course, we're not seeing Lifeline here, but I'm just talking about the ability to pick up new legends and get comfortable on them quick. K-Swinny as well, oftentimes we'll see him throw in random picks, like previous lands where we've seen him play, like Octane. We've seen him get crazy. So knowing that you can flex on other legends and be adaptable in the group stage, considering what we have, one of the craziest metas of our time.
And Swinny as well brings an extra bonus to this meta, and that is that as one of the longest standing IGLs in EMEA, he's played with a lot of other cryptos in the lobby before. He should know how to navigate this meta. Now, Newcastle, yes, a bit of a new addition, could be throwing a wrench in things, but it is an edge that I will say K-Swinny should have in this particular case. But let's see if EXO can pick it back up. We have been talking about them quite a bit. They're going to be moving out of Monument for game number 2, as they will throughout the entirety of World's Edge, where a team like C9 dropping over at Epicenter will be hopefully finding their way to another near victory, especially if they're able to make it into a nice early rotation, as Epicenter is wont to do.
And I love that you're calling out their early rotation, right? You think in their prior series, they were landing all the way down in Tree, which if you're pulling to Skyhook West, that rotate from Tree would be, I mean, we're going on a long haul, bro. We're going from the east of the United States all the way to the west. Like, we might as well pass through the arch in between. But seriously, going and just jumping up that much further to the north, knowing that a lot of these zones have been pulling that way, and you can see Chaotic on that ring console. Look, hear me out. I was talking to Alex the other day, and I was like, do you want like to coach an overextending Watson? Talking about myself. He's like, I already have one.
Yeah.
Right there.
It has happened to so many teams, overextending Watsons, overextending Newcastles. The way that this meta has completely shifted the way that teams need to play and the roles that our players need to take on has been massive. And nobody has been hit by that more than a team like Legends, who are adapting not only to the different meta, but to vastly different players, perhaps even within this tournament.
How do we adapt to this, though?
How do we adapt to this? I don't think much is needed, to be honest with you, Tiff. This looks very, very similar to last zone. But I will say, this is different enough that you've got the option to play over by countdown and landslide now and actually have that be viable. I really like where EXO-Clan is, and if we're adapting, that's the way that I'm saying to do it.
All right, so hear me out. There's less playable space in the north of Skyhook West, so you're going to see TSM maybe hang closer towards that choke point. This is going to be very similar to what I was saying. I would even go so far to take the main building in countdown, so that way you have control of that choke outside of Skyhook. So that looks to be where some of our teams are flying in to make sure that they can get early access to. It might even be FaZe Clan setting themselves up for that. We saw EXO-Clan fly on in, and well, we saw Guild Esports getting into some early action over here at Tree. X and Y lose out on one. Very similar to the story we saw in map number 1, right? They kind of get mixy early. You lose out on 1, you lose out on 2, and next thing you know, you're starting that regain central that we saw prior.
XD's already on the iPad, trying to get the recovery. FENNEL doing a very similar thing, although this time perhaps a little less crypto-focused, more focused on the crafter that they've got ahead of them in Landslide. A relatively empty POI for now, but one that could become heavily trafficked. Because, Tiff, I'm going to go ahead and say it, I'm open to being wrong, but looking at this ring, I'd suspect that it's pulling a little bit further south, that we're not going into Skyhook proper, although there is plenty of space to do so. That's where I'd be positioning myself, especially as somebody like Liquid, who's coming from the south anyway. Try and dominate this area of the map, get as much control of the space as possible, because worst case scenario, you get to farm a lot of teams that suddenly need to rotate up to the north, and best case, you've got a ring coming straight to you.
You really do, and honestly, Harvester having that ring console, Landslide also boasting 1, and then massive EMPs going out here just on the outskirts of Lava Siphon. You have to really kind of gear up to think about how these are going to go. How many times did not only Falcons, but TSM land Skyhook West throughout our prior split? There's so much information about those zones that come through, but you've already seen where people have set themselves up. The majority of our lobby is choosing the Skyhook side.
Yeah, and it is a 50-50. I've picked a side, but I'm not gonna say that I know it all. There is plenty of opportunity for things to go Skyhook, and I will say, Tiff, that Skyhook is in many ways the safer bet. If you get into Skyhook early, yes, it hurts to get out of it, but it feels a lot better to try and make your way out when other teams are doing the same thing than to suddenly try and make your way into Skyhook when everybody's already got a spot.
Well, hear me out. Guild locking in Harvester right here. You get a replicator, you get a bat, you get to do all that, right? You also have a ring console there. And I think this is where playing for that ring 3 scan to get that extra information to know, do I need to commit to Skyhook? And if it does go to Skyhook, it's actually probably going to end along this mountainside right here. So I would want one of those southern buildings. And if it does commit to countdown proper, then I want to make sure that I have set myself up where FaZe Clan is. But we go ahead, we get Pinota back in the lobby, and we turn our sights to the lay of the land. TSM to the left. Legends, I still want to call them Legends in Pajamas because it feels like it's right.
Legends in Pajamas.
Let's close enough, right?
I have not heard that before, but I like it. I like it a lot. And they've actually, you know, with the first game under their belts now, done all right. I think unexpectedly, Legends have encountered some trouble today, but hasn't been nearly as bad as some teams that may not have expected that may not be jiving with new members, that are just straight up having a tough time to split 2 playoffs. It happens to the best of us, and it is certainly happening with many of the teams that are adapting through the course of these series. Alliance, however, not really having a tough time of it. They've had a really good day so far, and in their second series are set up for success already. Sitting in Lava Siphon, they are going to take a little while to rotate in, but this is where you can get the big advantage that you talked about, Tiff. If you stick around here, yes, maybe you get some kills. We know X and Y are in the area, but importantly, you can always go for a ring console scan.
It's going to be important. And honestly, you saw Hackis in the drone there. There were some players that were kind of lurking around from X and Y on their rotate. And, well, you clean up yet again another one. And that's going to make things difficult for X and Y as they're really wanting to make sure they can go all the way to Skyhook with your teammates. Kind of getting into there as a rat is tough. Now, we did see some of those plays come out from Madness over on Stormpoint as a Crypto. And if your Crypto's last alive, just send the full invis play. I'm not going to be worried about it. But Johnny is just trying to keep on moving. And honestly, Alliance is likely going to keep mirroring them, but I wouldn't be too worried about a random solo in the lobby.
No, and at this point, I mean, X and Y have plenty of ways to escape as well. Alliance have a pretty planned out rotation. They can go Harvester, they can go staging, but okay. Feeling good about myself. At least they won't have to go up towards Skyhook because we are pulling back down towards Countdown, and this is where you will have a lot of trouble moving out of Skyhook. However, as we talked about, it is the better alternative to at least have to leave here with everyone else than it is to try and play a lot of the open space that, say, teams like Noctem have been doing so far.
Hear me out. I'm going to cry. I just saw the coveted evac tower out of Grandma's house in the north for Not Moist, and they are now in the dead center of Skyhook, knowing that it's going to inevitably pull down, and we're going to have to deal with that. So teams like FaZe Clan, EXO Clan, that have set themselves up, they're going to have to jockey for their position, but it starts now. Bleed immediately putting pressure onto Legends Gaming, and you can see that Nasky, the only Wraith in the lobby, is using that portal to just get on out of there.
Now, most of our squads that are in Skyhook aren't going to know that the zone isn't coming here yet, so we do have a whole nother ring close for most people to then start adapting. There are going to be a few teams that maybe see someone else rotate, somebody that they know has ring information, and are able to start making a move off of that. But even now, hitting a ring console in Skyhook is nearly impossible with the amount of teams surrounding. It's not like before where you throw down a Gibby bubble and say, all right, you go scan. This time, you've really got bank smokes, and that is if you are feeling very confident.
No, I'm not feeling it, especially with too many Cryptos in the lobby. They're just going to throw up a drone and I'm dead. But hear me out. Guild, not only did they get the ring console from Harvester, they kind of made their way over to Landslide, where you can see Team Falcons lurking about because that ring console is over there. So I didn't imagine that we would see that many people looking for Landslide. And this is actually not a good position for them, because if you think about all the teams that are going to be looking at them from Countdown, no one's going to jump off on that low ground unless they have an item like Path.
I like where Falcons are going. It's an awkward transition into the Countdown area, but now that they're here in this specific hallway, it's a medium risk, high reward hallway. If you get sent on, obviously never feels good, but it's a really difficult place to just fully take a fight, and Falcons should be able to, out of it, actually play relatively safely and cut their losses either way. If this pulls out of Countdown, they've got access to that. If this pulls into Countdown, they've always got the opportunity to close the vertical gap onto EXO Clan and take that fight.
I don't think EXO is going to full send this at all, though. Sure, you're going to throw up your drone and look for that information and say, I know there is a squad here. And the only reason they look kind of okay right now is because of that overloaded shield, right? Finally pops up to beat, but oh, I say it, and they prove me wrong. They decide to full jump down, and the EMP comes through. You get stunned for 1 to 2 seconds, and that is going to cost you. But as soon as Buda tries to make a play for that, he loses his shield and most of his HP, and now STRIDERZ is on the low ground as an overextending Watson.
And yet Falcons have lost 2 so far. Swinny tries to swing to finish this off, and it doesn't quite work, but Fuda manages to make it happen. EXO take priority in this engagement. They don't wait for Falcons to come to them. They go to the Falcons, they take the risk, and they win big here.
That's pretty massive. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think they were gonna do it, and they full do it. They know they want to keep this side of Countdown clean, and we'll have to get them all back together. But for now, you don't have to worry about a whole lot until someone else decides they want to make a play for that area in Countdown. What are the teams that are going to do that? Look where Alliance has positioned themselves on the south. Sure, you're going to have to go through NOEZ FOXX, but knowing that EXO Clan could likely pinch that fight is going to make things more difficult. And even then, you still have to look at where Guild Guild is going to go to. And FaZe, man, they have been in that main building of Countdown since their initial rotation from Lava Fissure.
It's not going to put a lot of pressure on FaZe, but I'll tell you what, it is a nice return to form. A team that was known for these fantastic zone predictions in EMEA has returned with yet another great zone call, and it's in sharp contrast to what they were doing in earlier of today's games during the first set, where FaZe were often playing through the edge. They weren't quite able to make it into the ring. Now they've got a great spot.
Not only that, but they got 4. Is that 4 gold bins I see? These people are going to be solid gold, which is crazy. Every time I open a gold thing, I end up with like a gold helmet, a gold bag, and I am gonna have full Exodia out. But for E-Xolos, we saw just how tough it was to kind of move into this area for Team Falcons. But you know what? If you've got a Newcastle, you throw down the ult, a couple Watson fences, that makes for a more difficult push.
And it'll make things a little bit easier for E-Xolos to hang on to this. And that Newcastle, notably, something that is big missing from the Falcons roster. Not Moist take the fight up in Skyhook, and while they lose one, they've still got the chance to claw their way back into this fight. TSM have lost some as well, and Not Moist stick the reset as TSM go down fully with Legends helping out.
A reset coming through. Got to get those bats off. Look, they're already doing really well. You look to their first series, it was Waltzy who had 21 eliminations alone, the top fragger of that lobby. And, well, they're going to play this lobby on hard mode. After that evac out of Grandma's house to the north of Skyhook, let's see where they can do. Can they get this luck off for this evac to go straight into Countdown? Because we have 18 squads left, all trying to get in. So let's go ahead and get into a listen-in with them.
Yeah. Slamming it, slamming that. On us, I think.
There's no way they drop.
We're getting nated. Another nader. Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
Are they? I'm not sure.
I'm breaking drone. Drone broken. I can get EMP. Give me ult to sell.
Here you go. They're back here in the corner. They're in the back corner. 100%.
Yes. Can we just walk up? Shut up real quick. Let me drone. I think we walk up. This side.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Hold on.
No, there's a guy peeking right here. And there's a team on the ramp. I don't think we can. I think we have to cross under, Timmy.
No, it's impossible.
This office isn't in. Listen to me. This office isn't in. I think we just have to cross under here and go play under the legs.
I lost drone. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Like 50 seconds.
I fucking love that. We need to make sure this team doesn't push us.
Yeah, I think we can do it like relatively early.
Can you hear me?
There's a guy in glass now. I think we can do it relatively early.
Hear me for a second. There's a team inside.
Moist stabilized well. Good spot for them, and actually very similar to what we saw teams like Falcons, teams like E-Xolos mirroring on the other side of Countdown earlier. And it is really going to be all about these small corridors, about making your way into the high ground of Countdown in some way. Guild desperately trying to do that from the eastern side. They are facing up against Noctem Scan, who have sat in this open area since the start of the game. And Guild, while they look good, have just eaten an EMP for their trouble.
I was not expecting Jesses to go down like that. We have the devotion, we have hammer pointed Kimbo Mozambiques, we have the ability to send out so much damage, and we just saw the MT interview and what he brings to the table. But that is going to be so difficult because you know there's going to be other teams. The moment they finish, it's E-Xolos. Not only they were aggressive in map number 1, but Brutus goes, I got a PK and I know how to use it.
What timing! Kurev with the zip line just full sends him in there. E-Xolos really learning from their first series as to when they need to take fights, how quickly it needs to happen. Alliance go down. Moist are the ones to do it to him, and E-Xolos serve up defeat to Guild.
Crazy that Alliance thought they were going to be able to get in from the south side like that. We also lost out on Cloud9 from the north, and now that you've secured yourself in this RV, you have to look towards Countdown because we are going to keep on pulling back in Legends Gaming, sitting north of 4 eliminations. We don't have a lot of cover here to work with. You look too far to the left, someone's going to catch an angle on you. If you've only got 2 spy bins here and just like a sheer amount of space, that's going to be tough, but you do have to keep that right side cleaned out to let no one come that way.
There is so little space for Legends to play, and I'm looking at their Wraith pick to get them out of this, because Legends lack engage in a massive way. While they do have Crypto, Crypto is very much a soft engage Legend. He's not providing utility like, say, a Horizon might in this case. And the one escape card you have, the one thing that could get you out of this is Nasky on Wraith. So you don't have to fight FaZe and Liquid and Not Moist and VK all at the same time. You've just got to get past these teams somehow, and it is going to be the Wraith, if anything, that lets them do that.
That is the one job for your Wraith.
Yeah.
It is to rely off the information from that Crypto drone to scout and put you in the best case situation for endgame. And Bleed Esports, well, they're finding some good issues here. But my question is, now that we've got the Catalyst, instead of a Watson, we don't have a Jenny. So the fused knuckle clusters that are coming through and a lot of the teams that have been naded out of these tunnels, you don't have something that can necessarily fight that. But for now, you're stable, so long as you don't draw any attention.
DK looking up top. They know Legends are here, and we've got a nice evac that could position Legends in a great spot. This is either going to go fantastically or absolutely horribly. Having lost Amphi, I think I know where it's leaning, and landing right next to NOEZ as well. This is looking rough for Legends. Nasky's got no shields, but a Catalyst wall thrown out by another team gives him some survivability. Player K is eating damage, and in comes the portal. Nasky sending it back down onto the low ground. This is temporary survival for Legends. It is not a good spot.
No, this is a reactive play instead of a proactive play. And yeah, you can pop the portal back up to the high ground, but you're just going to get picked off and Legends Gaming falls.
FaZe are the ones to pick up some of those kills as well. FaZe, who predicted this zone to a T, who are playing out of God spot just like they did in EMEA.
Oh, FaZe. This is going to be such a stellar game for you, locking it down with all the Watson fences. But let's see where we have to move first, because we can kind of hold on to this for the majority. But Liquid Alien, we're back on the low ground. Do we get the shield swap? We do. And can the reset come through? Not Moist has fallen. We have a ton of eliminations, and we still have a member of Guild on that south side.
Team Liquid managing to reset here. Could even pick up that last member of Guild. There's not that many sight lines onto them. FaZe are unlikely to give up the high ground, and Team Liquid continue to reset. Bleed, try and make a cross towards Team Liquid, but everyone in the lobby is looking at them, and this whole low ground is devolving. It is a very difficult situation to control. The real focus has to be on height, where E-Xolos, where FaZe, where EXO-Clan will fight for who actually gets to win the game, too.
Can we talk about Team Liquid and Bleed right now? We have neighboring Newcastles on the low ground, and we're basically just set up shop in our little cardboard box walls pointing at each other. FaZe Clan has to move immediately after this, so we filter out. It's E-Xolos on the other side. EXO-Clan is going to be the detrimental thorn in the side to the teams on the low ground because they don't have to move, but we can keep kind of peeking on over and trying to take angles. But the issue is, Futa's got a loadout for up close, right? Sure, we're going to hold the bangle, but we're running RE45 shoddy.
This comes down to Newcastle wall positioning. EXO should be in a great position to third party the high ground, and even then, they're getting a little greedy, picking up kills on the low ground, looking for whatever points they can collect, because this is a game where EXO can go massive, where they can reverse their position in the standings.
But we have no ammo. We literally have no ammo. 26 bullets. We have to save this for an up-close fight, and there's no guarantee, but we get climbed up on, and out of the ring they go. Do enough to push them back on down, but the fence must come through, and it does
now,
from Slayers.
To make that YOLO play, E-Xolos did give up the high ground, so it's just EXO and FaZe left here. A Pathfinder zip behind them, still available for E-Xolos. EXO are playing safe, but it should be just down to EXO and FaZe as to who controls the high ground. Liquid go down, it's Bleed that take them out, and the teams drop lower and lower as EXO-Clan take a fight in the smoke. E-Xolos go out, and it's just EXO and FaZe on high ground. EXO drop down, FaZe are the last ones on the high ground.
And Slayers is now a solo, and FOXX comes
it's
in.
FaZe
they
win.
tear them out. FaZe, who take that brilliant location in Countdown, they just need to clear out the rest of it. It's a solo from Guild, the remnants of FOXX, and they just have to wait it out. And that Devo is going to shred through them.
From second seed in EMEA, FaZe have finally found their step in this land. Split 2 playoffs is looking good as they come down and they claim victory in game number 2.
A moment for the celebration. A moment for the boys. FaZe up, go Fnatic. Do you know how many times I've been hearing people talk about FaZe since we got here and what they were going to bring to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, but showing up in this series on the second map of World's Edge is so needed for them.
This is exactly what I was thinking about this morning when we were looking at FaZe and going, they aren't quite playing the same. They're not really putting up the same scores. I wondered about FaZe's adaptability. It has never been a huge strength of FaZe's to switch between play styles. Their bread and butter has always been good zone play, good predictions, and they return to that in just their second set today. This is still so early on for a newly minted team to be moving in now at their second LAN and adapting this quickly. FaZe have always impressed us, making their way out of the Challenger circuit and growing as fast as they did in Split 1. Now in Split 2, they've clearly learned from their experiences in Split 1, and they are making these playoffs so much easier for themselves.
I really think we can talk about a lot of these players in particular, but think about NOEZ in general. A lot of you would know him from his time spent under Nasky's leadership from a multitude of orgs, and you just have to think about what that looks like for them. Under the FaZe roster coming, I mean, look, they look cold on this walkout. They know what they just did.
They do.
They're like, I did that.
Picked up a few points and honestly have set themselves up in a really good position because it is just the second set. You've still got, I'll say, maybe not plenty of time, but quite a bit of time to even push this further during the next couple of games. And during the next couple of series you'll play, a 20-point game is fantastic, especially when compared to our first couple. And now you move on to the next game and you go, all right, we've got a nice cushion. Let's see how high we can aim in this second series of the day.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. And honestly, 13 points for second place, Guild walking away with 15. And, you know, that's what you actually need right there, considering what that match number 1 looked like for them. But for our top 3 teams here, 3,500 damage for FaZe. NOEZ on the Newcastle, 1,100. Fnatic went crazy there on the Bang for a bit. Mia K, Melcera, a lot of them kind of sharing the same amounts of damage. And then Guild, right? They got Mixie early on in the South, and it paid off.
And it is another time that we see Guild, who get bodied in the mid game, have a singular person survive until ridiculously late in the game. It is so single-handedly keeping them in the top couple of squads, as right now they sit top 10 in 7th place overall. That top of the leaderboard, though, still dominated by Not Moist, who have continued their rampage from earlier on. And of course, with FaZe right behind them, that has got to be the team to look at, especially as we prepare for match number 3.
You speak of match number 3, look, I want it. I want to see what our last World's Edge map of the day is going to be all about for this group series. So let's go to a quick break so we can get back here sooner, right? Let's do it.
The best part. I got power. Come get ya. And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna throw the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power. Ready for this dance? I lead. I got power. Oh yeah, I know I got power.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Walk up, walk up, walk up, walk up, walk Go. 1-1. Go pink, flying below. Just chill. Evac.
Yeah.
Play back.
Chill. Yeah, no, I'm good. Chill. I'm fine. They 18. 1 HP. Dead.
Top 3.
Chill.
One team on left. Chill. Shoot them. Heal.
Bottom
We need to
up.
heal HP. No gen, okay? No gen. One on low ground. One right below is on the left here, boys. They're fighting.
Can we go?
Flash.
Yeah, can we go?
Go.
I'm warning.
On me. Crypto. Okay, nice. Let's go!
Guys, that's what we fucking needed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 Playoffs. It's our last group series of day number 1. And as we watch that winning moment back, Dia, there's a lot of things that you start to pick up. Not only is Arctic constantly commenting about, hey, I don't have gen right now, which is very important because you can make a crazy play and then be like, oh, I wish I would have had that. But not only that, but did you hear how reserved they were about making sure they were jumping down at the right time? And then when Nags finally does, he gets the mobile shield down on the ground right away.
That is a team that just has a lot of experience playing out of zone, and I'm not saying that simply because of what we saw from them in the regular season, but because of what we heard from them in the comms and the way that they played that when contrasted to other teams that were on high ground. Think about E-Xolos, who tried to make a play onto the opposite side, onto EXO, and EXO, who took that play and had to drop down in the end, forfeiting their right to win that game. Those are two teams that, yes, while they are very good individually, also clearly are not as used to navigating a zone to a win and prioritizing what fights they need to take and waiting, like C9 did in game 1, for someone else to make a mistake. They make the play, and well, it looks good, and well, if it works, you go, that was a genius move. In this particular case, it makes so much room for a team like FaZe, who is so seasoned with these zone plays in EMEA, to move in, completely take over the high ground, and then watch the game be won for them.
Yeah, this is one that would be 100% in their books. You think of how much experience Nags in general has with landing Lava Fissure on World's Edge throughout the most recent splits that we've seen. Whatever roster he's on, that's that experience. So knowing that you just have to pop on over one of the quickest rotates, but not only that, sometimes when you rotate too early, you can set yourself up for a lot of attention from the lobby because everyone's gonna see that building and be like, we should probably fight for that. We should take that from them. And no one was able to get in there and evict them out of it because Newcastle, Watson, we're keeping the Jennies up so you can't just throw the knuckle clusters everywhere. The fences covered all of the doors and they just stayed. Now, that moment in particular that you're talking about with E-Xolos trying to take that high ground, thankfully they got Pathfinder, they've got the zips for movement. If Slayer single-handedly on that side doesn't pull out the shotties and force them back down, it kind of chalks both of their games because they lose a lot on that high ground. But imagine if E-Xolos did win against that.
That's what I'm saying, is that I actually, as much as it hasn't worked out 2 games in a row, I see where E-Xolos is going with these high placements and then, honestly, very unpredictable plays. They'll go for something that another team wouldn't play for.
Stop. Sorry. I'm so sorry. We have to take a moment for this sign here. Bench press me Waltzy.
He could do it.
He probably could.
Yeah.
I see that man back in the players lounge and I was just like, that's yeah.
No. Will he do it? I don't think it's his rest day, so probably not.
That's true. He's busy fragging out in lobbies for it. Now keep going. I do apologize.
I don't even. We were just talking about E-Xolos and the way that they make plays up onto high ground or rather, onto high ground in the last game onto low ground. They're playing high risk, high reward, and it's a fascinating sort of skill check for other teams. I don't think that it's a good or a bad thing, especially in the group stage. It arguably can work in your favor, but we've seen now twice the teams that are a little bit more reserved are the ones actually succeeding when it comes to the end game.
Ooh, I mean, we have one more map left on World's Edge for our day before we jump on over to Stormpoint. And there's a lot of things you have to look at when we look at our series results in general. More in particular, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just because, you know, plot armor, all the things with Hal and everything. But Falcons, notoriously bad on World's Edge. Who? Yeah, right? They're notoriously bad on World's Edge, and they get the majority of their points on Stormpoint. And they've been pretty consistent on that.
That's true. But yeah, I look forward to watching Stormpoint right now, I can't help but wonder where they're at in terms of their World's Edge. I mean, Falcons are a team that everybody always expects to dominate, and for that very reason, I'm almost always predicting other squads, because I'm going, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if this other team who has a really good chance to win actually manages to come out of the gates swinging, and we have seen that in the first 2 games. We're still waiting for Falcons to really kick it into high gear, and nobody is counting them out. Even if somebody is looking at you dead in the face right now, you're sitting with your loved ones, you're watching the games, and they're going, listen, honey, I told you, Falcons aren't going to win. They don't know. Nobody knows. It's so early in the tournament. These teams have got so far to grow. It could be Falcons, it could be anyone by the time we reach the end. But what's certain to say is that right now, a lot of these teams, and I'm including Falcons in this, have a long way to go before we're seeing anyone in championship form.
Well, back over to Lava Fissure, where all things started here for FaZe Clan, and you start to look at what they've got in terms of abilities for information. Of course, they have a survey beacon. Thanks to the changes, a lot of those survey beacons covered in the POIs. You also have a support bin over on that isolated building and an assault bin for Synetic. An Evo cache is going to spawn as that countdown area was the hot zone. But, you know, we mentioned it earlier in the day, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it up. I don't know what is wrong with me in particular when it comes to zones and when I step physically in this booth, that you're right, we do not go south of Landslide.
If it helps, I think it's something right with you.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
Really aligned
That's good for my mental
yourself in
health.
such a way, yeah, that the game is sort of recognized that it uplifts everything, literally, into the high ground, north ground of World's Edge. And for right now, it's given us a very different look, right? Because we went thermal just in the last series, and now we're getting a different look at this. We haven't gone climatizer, so I'll give you that, but we continue to move towards the north side of the map. And in this particular case, we have a zone that is going to put a lot of focus again on controlling open ground in an even more definite way than a zone like Countdown did. Over where Legends are, over where GHS are, by Grandma's house, and the choke points leading between Landslide and Monument, you have got an incredible amount of open space, rocks, high ground to control, and it comes down to really good Newcastle and Watson play to be able to succeed in a zone like this.
And I'm really loving what they're putting down in terms of immediately racing towards the outside of this tunnel. Cloud9, that's immediately where they want to go. EXO-Clan setting up just across the train tracks, and GHS Professional, they're in Grandma's house. But just the basis of what we saw in that third game in our first World's Edge series, it kind of pulled the opposite of where we thought it was going to go to. We've already seen World's Edge zones that have neighbored the west on that mountainside. We've also seen it pull directly towards some of those main buildings. So I'm really curious to see, are we going to see one of the biggest one of the biggest Apex betrayals of all time? Are we going to Monument?
It very well could be. I mean, we saw a similar zone earlier where we did pull a little bit south into the northwestern corner of Monument. We do have at the top part of the screen right here, the kills that each team has picked up so far in the series, and that's a big part of the points, especially for teams like Moist that rely on those to get ahead of the rest of the competition, whereas a team like FaZe maybe sitting a little bit lower down, but not by that much as they get aggressive in the third game.
Look, they're ready to start. You throw the Newcastle wall down on top of tower and immediately take shots at VK Gaming. I'm actually really loving Nags on the Newcastle, which in my opinion is one of the most difficult legends to try to adapt to. Not only is he hard to, but so is Crypto in a way. But trying to have a really solid Newcastle to make plays like that, anchor yourself on that high ground, allow your squad as a duo to go out and get mixy. Moist immediately takes some shots here as Bleed Esports has found themselves outside of Skyhook East and now into this tunnel. But you want to control this space, deny people access not only into here to play from, but you also have to clear out the backside of yourself, because guess who lands in Climatizer and likely could rotate this way.
Yeah, I mean, it is really tough with not Moist or Moist, whatever you want to say, being certainly in the area. We know that Bleed are facing up against them now, and gatekeeping this is just not going to be effective against a team of that caliber. Yes, Bleed are scary, not Moist in this lobby have to be scarier because they have so much less to lose being the team in first place.
You're speaking of scary about not Moist. You saw the sign in the crowd, right? Bench press me. There's a reason they say that. Not only did Walty top frag at A and B, I already told y'all that, but they are looking so good already. We ran the series kills, and it's Guild this time that's carrying the brunt of the eliminations for them.
And it's looked really good so far. the entirety of the game plan for Not Moist
Destroy it,
has
please.
been really fascinating to watch.
Help.
As FaZe do control the still choke point here. That EMP isn't going to completely unseat them, but it will start to pick away at their ability to actually sustain control of the choke point. You can't be bleeding meds, especially shields like this, when Arctic only has so many Jennies in him.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough, right? Even if you pick all the right perks for Watson, think of what you have available to you. The majority of the time, you can see Arctic locks in that Falling Stars perk upgrade. So anytime it intercepts an ordnance or such, you're going to spawn that Arc Star. And that final, what you're going to do is you're going to pick the 250 HP Jenny, but we're not there yet. And of course, you get that extra tick thanks to that recent buff to Controller Legends in general, but you want to regain your resources. And well, Falcons, they need to regain some points.
Can't help but wonder how quickly they're going to pick this fight with already 2 down, make it 3. Guild get wiped out really quickly. Panic setting into them as Falcons do close the gap with extraordinary speed, something that is going to be their calling card no matter how well they're doing in the series. When they decide to pick a fight, Falcons commit like almost no other team, not just in this lobby, in this land.
I think it was smart, right? They want that building. We don't know exactly where it's going to pull just yet, and maybe the teams that got that extra ring console will know which side of the zone they want to commit to, because I said it was a betrayal, and it very well could be with some of the way our zones do pull. Bleed Esports has made their way on over, but for the teams that set up on the outskirts, that train tracks, EXO-Clan and GHS in Professional in particular are going to be solid, but Not Moist, they get the tunnel from Bleed, and they had to move.
And Not Moist in a really good spot. I'm going to drag this back a little bit, though, to the Falcons' thought process moving into the low ground. Since they took that fight so quickly, Falcons are taking a lot of space now, and I believe that this stems from a prediction that the zone would have pulled further south. From here, however, they've still got a lot of opportunity to move through in third-party spots in Monument. It's pretty easy to move through Monument to pick up kills. As difficult as it will be to exit it, I think that Falcons' thought process here, and I'm just projecting, is one where they're playing more for kills, more for fights in Monument, and outskilling other teams in the way we just saw them do to Guild to make up the space in the standings that they've been missing throughout today's game.
I was going to say, they need the points, right? You think of their first series, 9 points across those 3 World's Edge. We're actually already above average, sitting here at 12 in the final game, and we're not done. And you said it, right? Taking fights here in Monument is one thing, but that ultimate rotation out towards the train tracks where you go uphill by the jump tower could cost them their entire game. So maybe clean up a few more eliminations before we go down.
Instead you play for low ground, you play for quick, decisive fights, nice setups with the EMP, and Falcons right now are super patient with E-Xolos in front of them. They could strike a double blow to the lobby, setting points up for themselves and taking out a squad that has been doing very well today. Hal already on the climb up, and in comes that EMP. It's the perfect fight setup that we talked about, but E-Xolos do not take a lot of damage, even with the EMP, and they strike back in a big way, taking down Zero.
Yeah, but Cloud9 from the west side completely griefed this fight. If you think about it, they saw that EMP go through. They saw the rotation from Falcons, immediately wanting to push, and the next thing you know, Zero gets his shield ripped off him. He has to go for the bat. That's 5 seconds, and he's out in the open, unable to get in the building, and they, in a way, just saved E-Xolos.
So with an ult down now, Falcons do not have nearly as easy of a time picking this engagement. Do they use another ult Excel to try and make the fight onto E-Xolos happen, or do they wait here for other teams to rotate into them? Because at this point, I almost favor that decision, wanting to give other teams space to move up on them as the zone gets smaller and smaller. Squads like TSM increasingly getting close to Not Moist. We're separated by a, albeit rather thick, rock wall.
Speaking of like rock walls, boulders, TSM here in the north. Now, I'm a little nervous about this position because you think about where Not Moist was inside that tunnel. Bleed has actually moved towards the other side of it. This can be one of those areas where you all just kind of run into each other, and then GHS will likely be able to take line of sight straight towards them. So using kind of these cargo bin structures around them is going to be, well, quite interesting to see how they navigate that.
TSM's decision is ultimately going to come down to, do we go for Grandma's house, or do we try and play underneath Not Moist, whatever we're going with here, inside that tunnel? and just hope that we get to share space with them. Ultimately, that's what this is going to come down to. But FaZe's game has just changed for the better. Kraber in hand now. They've got the opportunity, the singular opportunity, to pick a fight off of one bullet and find themselves so much more loot and a better position to boot.
Good thing we got a Jenny down. Hopefully it doesn't get destroyed, right? Because this allows you to focus on healing with the med kits, syringes, whatever it is, before regaining your shield. But I would love to see some nasty Kraber shots come through. And, well, for a lot of our teams that called zone based off ring 1, ring 2, now's the time to see, did we pull tunnel? Do we pull out of it? Whose rotation is going to look better? For me, I'm really loving the train tracks, and everyone might want where EXO-Clan is.
C9 juggling a lot of things as well. They are likely going to have some of the toughest routes up to near where EXO-Clan are playing, where Alliance very well could make it happen now. Sliding on in through this high ground. They've got an isolated 3v3 up against X and Y, and X and Y are not coming out on the better end of it.
Definitely not. I'm sorry. Unlucky gets behind enemy lines here and wants to do some fulls here with the Akimbo Mozambique. That's 2 eliminations right there. And, well, they evicted him straight out of tunnel. Another lone survivor of a fight makes it on out. It's only a matter of time.
Tyler already posted up as well, keeping guard, making sure that other teams don't rotate up from Monument, who might have wanted to get a piece of the action. We're not seeing anybody do that, though, because so many teams have already identified that they are going to need to leave through the north side of Monument, not wasting time towards the south side, trying to make some rotation, some weird KP play happen. It's just Alliance down here, and now Alliance are faced with a difficult choice. Will they be able to move up and maybe take this area away from FaZe, or will they be faced with the journey onto low ground? In fact, I'll go so far, Sif, as to say it may not be their choice, because if FaZe smell Alliance coming, there's a Kraber here to dissuade the rotation from Alliance.
X and Y, the solo gets picked up. It looks like Imperial Hal was able to grab another KP for Team Falcons, but did we see how reserved we were with that Kraber shot? We were essentially using it to scout out what was going on over at Monument, and now we see the Dark Veil come through. It allows Liquid Alienware to rotate up with the guys of that cover. Now with the Rolling Thunder incoming, we have to focus on getting reset here before we can push, because not only that, but that Rolling Thunder gives you that stun for just a second or two, which can be a little hard to work around.
Gonna be losing the cat wall soon, but Liquid Alienware, they knew there was someone behind them, didn't know exactly where. Now see SSE drop down, and they drop 2. This does not look good for SSE, who on the low ground don't have a whole lot of ways out. There's not a lot of forgiveness here, and Liquid Alienware certainly are not the team to give it to you. Alliance do go down on the other side of the ring, so as Liquid Alienware claims some kills, that very same FaZe fight that we teased with Alliance does kick off on the east side.
That's crazy. They tried to make a move towards FaZe, and a third party's already there. Nax is down, but it connects, and okay, the hipfire can't net it. Clutch it on up for FaZe, especially after you win the last game. You stick a massive. Can we keep it going? Oh, we are so close. Cloud9 falls, FaZe Clan falls, and well, FENNEL, 5 HP and a dream, but your Newcastle stays alive.
What is that health? What is it? It was so close for FaZe, who held on to this for so long, but that's what it comes down to in Apex, is execution, and FENNEL execute just that little bit better, now claiming high ground for themselves.
Well, this is quite interesting. I know Privacy was talking about averaging 12 points per game. We're sitting at 17. Our numbers are a little bit lower, but a win might change that, and a Kraber in Zero's hands can go, you know, either really good or kind of a miss.
I have to laugh here knowing that Falcons sent C9, who had griefed them earlier. That initial Kraber shot from Arctic opened things up earlier.
Our Kraber cam?
For basically Falcons to look at that and go, oh, C9 are down a member? Well, we're going to kick that off. And we get a quick replay of exactly how FaZe met their untimely end, even with Synetic landing some nice, massive shots to try and clutch things up.
And this is like the same angle we saw FaZe taking with the Kraber of their own. Now, this is going to be difficult here, knowing that you don't have a Watson, you're not going to be able to throw a Jenny, and all of these incoming nades can prove difficult. Now, if Zero lands a Kraber shot through the smokes just by guessing, it would be wild, but to the north we go. Not Moist and Bleed meet again. The battle of the north has fallen, but Bleed Esports comes out on top.
And TSM start moving towards the bridge. We were wondering what they would do in the same corner as Not Moist, but with Not Moist not existing anymore, TSM have the unique opportunity to take control of the north side. They don't quite take it. They don't quite send Bleed, but what they do get in exchange is a lot of space towards the top side of the map. And with an EMP getting sent towards Bleed, TSM know there's a team there. You gotta look for third parties here. If TSM want to win this game, if they want to move up the leaderboards, they have got to be looking for opportunities to third party other fights.
Well, I mean, just keep an eye on what's going on. Bleed Esports over there doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of health. And then you look at Noctem, and they are getting poked by absolutely everyone. Not only is it Team Liquid Alienware, but it's also TSM and Bleed.
Oh,
they
no.
try to send down onto that, but we get sniped from a distance, and here comes Shubi. Around the knockdown we go. Noctem is down, but then we immediately get picked up by Zap.
And with Noct already being spotted, Bleed have signed their own death warrants. There's not a whole lot more they can do in this game. Sending it across the open ground was a one-way trip, and I think Dropped and Shubi had to know it because they've been playing Apex for long enough. Noct is unlikely to get them back in the fight, though I will acknowledge it's a remote possibility. The real focus has shifted towards the south, where Team Falcons have made their way into the next zone, ever so close to E-Xo. And Zero, landing the Kraber shots, has yet to open things up for a fight, but that doesn't mean you can't go fishing.
Look at Nick in the back. Like, he is about to lose it. Absolutely. This is going to be a big shift to them. So let's jump into a Falcons listen-in.
Try to fuse all. I'm fuse all you now. Go 91! Oh, 120, Newcastle.
Okay, nice.
Just gonna smoke that back so we can't get spawn.
They're playing out of side. They're playing out of side, We're good. They're not coming out.
What about left? What about left? You see left at all, yeah?
Yeah, look left.
They're EMPing over here. Free
Fighting left side.
Free kills!
We're good.
So you track.
Yeah.
Don't follow me.
One shot. Oh, I died, fuck.
Anyone else? One's still there, There's someone on flush there.
There's someone low ground here. I died, he just died. There's a team high.
Full team low ground. Like, run at them. Down this crate, blue crate, behind the crate.
BMP.
They're running forward, Look, go, on the low ground. Dead. One.
One more. Fuse. Dead. Kill him.
One more, left side. You're on the left side, Jen, right now.
Okay, I'm joining. Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, I'm going left side.
Make sure you get jumped on.
No one.
There's a solo behind there. Yes, solo.
Yeah, there's only a solo, no one left side.
You need thirst, guys, you need thirst, please. I don't spray gun. I don't have ammo to fucking shoot.
Yeah, I got it.
I have 20 heavy.
Save me my drone.
It's a duo. Solo.
Coming.
He's scanned two. Behind the fucking wall. 100% two.
The res.
You have a pistol?
Yeah, I do.
I just played on, we killed him, we played out. No? Yeah, we can.
Well, there's one thing you know about Imperial Hal is that he's not going to go to an end game with ammo, that's for sure. Whether it's light or it's heavy, we're going to have about 30 and 3 bullets left in the Kraber. A lot of information there, but it's E-Xolos that have the high ground, and E-Xo has defended the train tracks for God knows how long. Liquid Alienware made a move for it, but the res coming in from this angle because no one is going to be able to look at them.
Gold knockdown doing a lot of favors for E-Xolos, and E-Xo have this thorn in their side that they just can't get out. E-Xolos and E-Xo will fight, and it opens things up for Falcons to take on TSM. We already know TSM is weak. They lost one earlier, and the Kraber from Zero has set this up perfectly. Hal manages to round the corner with the Mozams. Zap is down. TSM have got one member left, and TSM are down. Falcons make the top 3. E-Xolos and E-Xo still alive and already fighting each other as Jen Burton contributes to the fight. E-Xo lose 1. E-Xo lose 2 as in come E-Xolos. Going down, Falcons swoop in. Falcons should be taking game 3 as they make a massive recovery on World's Edge.
No wins in that first series for them in A versus B. And for World's Edge, that is something to behold for Team Falcons. Notoriously not up to par on World's Edge. Come in. Now, hear me out. A wise man once said today, and I quote, "Caw-caw for the Falcons." I don't know, his name might be Peeps or something.
I'm looking at this and seeing a return to form in the same way as we drew out for FaZe last game. What are you good at? What helped you succeed regionally? Because this may be a new meta, but watching teams recognize we can still do what we were best at has led FaZe to a win in game number 2, and now it has led Falcons to a win in game number 3 because they elected not to make that, oh, let's play for the late game, the position, try and control the high ground, try and have perfect macro. They went for, you know what we do better than anyone else is be better than everyone else. Take fights, win them, and they did that through this third game, mowing their way through Monuments, slowly being checked by teams like E-Xolos and stepping forward every single time and saying, hit me again, because I can take it. Team Falcons make their way up the hill and continue to take fights. They take that third game.
Look, you can knock them down, but you can never knock them out. And there's a lot of things to behold about that initial rotation when you're coming out of Monument towards the train tracks where EXO Clan held. The only reason they were able to make that move is because think of what was going on in Grandma's house. It was a little bit chaotic. You had GHS Professional kind of fighting all over there. So having that preoccupied area that gave them the time to move on up. Now, granted, we may be done with World's Edge, but we're not done with the series. So let's go ahead and kick things over to the desk because they got some things to break down.
Thanks, Tiffany. A phenomenal job, as always, and a great first 3 matches here in our series. I'm not going to make you wait too long to hype them up because I know Privacy is especially ecstatic about the way the Team Falcons just closed out that last match. But the crowd overall is pretty happy with how the series is going so far. We saw a nice resurgence there out of EXO, which we've got our crowd still cheering about. Really, really strong out the gate here, Privacy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't disappoint. We said 12 points per game, right? 37. They did a little bit more. A little bit more.
So then they improved.
Last game, actually, especially, I saw how our team actually operates. This type of zone, we shouldn't be winning it from Siphon because that pulls somewhere where you have to go through Monuments. You have the whole side of the chokes is actually holding you. In this game, that's why Zero is actually the best IG in the game. He took the decisions of third-partying the left side. He took the decision to take every single fight he took. He even took the risk to take the mythic pin to get the three reds. He pushed E-Xolos out of that building to take that one. He wanted to operate more. He wanted more loot. Third-party the left side, killed the left side, came back to the buildings on the right side. He killed everyone on the right side. He just cleaned everyone on the side. And that's actually why he is the best IG in the game. My 2 teammates as well, Jen and Hal, they were just frying. That's what they do. They just frying. That's why I'm a proud Falcon member.
It almost seems like a classic Falcons win, doesn't it? They just destroy everything in their path on the way to getting 28 points and with 16 kills. I mean, they weren't getting to that end game. They weren't getting to the dub without that absolute mountain of skulls that they built it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the definition of frying, Privacy. You are right, and that's just our match 3 results. So that is going to be a massive boost for Team Falcons when it comes to our series results because they needed to play a little bit of catch up after matches 1 and 2. We get a chance to take a look at some of these top 3 stats as well, which will also make our EXO fans happy, especially E-Xolos, though. And I want to give them a little bit of love because we saw them pop off in the beginning of their first series as well here, Graceful. Now having another really strong performance, and this is just match 3, but they also did well in that first match positionally.
Yeah, so initially, you know, people were talking about whether or not they could keep their form because, you know, they had zones pretty much close to them. Now, you know, you could argue that it's not really on them in the same way because it went more towards the western side, but they showed results. And if they can keep this form, they're showing that they're a top performing team across the board rather than just, you know, oh, we got lucky with zone. They're doing really solid, and I'm looking forward to seeing them further on in the tournament.
Yeah, I think that it's a region that's constantly surprising us this year, proving that they're just getting better every single time. So we get a chance to take a look at our series results here as well. We'll see where that puts all of our teams. Right now, though, I think moving into a new map, we talked about this a lot in the green room, Privacy. That draft system is really important, whether you get your best pick in on Stormpoint, which is what we're moving towards, and then you deal with what you have here at World's Edge. And I want to talk about that here in just a little bit. Before we do, though, we'll take a look back at those final circles if anybody at home did miss some of these moments. And I just mentioned it when I was talking to you about it here, Graceful. Match number 1, it was Cloud9 in the end, but E-Xolos was up there. It was kind of a chaotic final circle.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason they were sharing a little bit because they let each other survive in the same building normally hopefully that doesn't really happen, whether that be due to nerfs, compositions or whatnot, you know, you could argue about it. But Cloud9 came in really early into the train station here, where they, you know, made an early rotation and just played from high ground in this building the whole game essentially. Ended it with a huge bang because it comes down to a bangle doing like 500 damage on everybody outside and it just mop everyone, which is the best way to play as a bang. It's always fun to see all the numbers and all the cracks at once, which is kind of unfortunate because this Newcastle team down here actually popped their Newcastle ult and the bangle just comes down behind the wall and they just get evaporated. But super solid play. I like to see Cloud9 going in between you know, wanting to prioritize early zone comparatively to always trying to get a lot of kills like most teams somehow end up doing. But seeing them being adaptive is a great sign of showing that they could make finals lobby.
Yeah, and we definitely kind of saw a little bit of those teams that we had mentioned, Genome, that need a little bit of a resurgence doing that in matches 1 and 2. Cloud9 in match number 1, but then looking at match number 2, it was FaZe Clan who had a really strong showing.
Yeah, we had that pull back to Countdown. You know, about half the teams had picked it as another Skyhook zone. Maybe all of the repetitious zones we've had sort of got in there. A little bit of a psychological play. But yeah, the ones who did make it back down to Countdown, and then we saw this sort of high ground, low ground split. And FaZe Clan here obviously got the Devo to work with. Usually I'd say the high ground is just such an easy place to win this from, but it is a little bit different in this meta. You can stun people with Crypto Drone as they're coming down. You get that information, and you can also try and play behind the Newcastle walls and whatnot as well. But look, FaZe Clan weren't going to let this one slip, as you can see, and with not too many members left down the bottom, you know, they pick exactly the right time to just fall down here, and you can see it's a pretty easy cleanup.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they were hoping for as the teams around them were kind of taking each other out. But then this is that moment, Privacy, match number 3. Falcons just mowing down everyone in their vicinity.
I mean, it came down to cleaning the whole side and the back side, and then we take a fight against the left buildings, the Gamma buildings, which was a TSM at that side. That's the SkyWest team going into there. They are stacked, they have a lot of loot. We do the same. We killed that side, but we were a little bit, let's say, a little bit lucky how we played it. And there was a team E-Xolos with EXO. They started the fight and was at the end was like a free win, but it wasn't really a free win because we had to clean the whole monument side. But that's how the game played. I'm surprised that the Tunnel team didn't do a good result. It was like moist at that side. They died early too.
I mean, this was kind of what you had prepared us for when it came to these two groups matching up. Team Falcons taking a couple games to 100% get there, but they did in a dominant fashion here in match number 3, now setting themselves up well to continue a little bit of a potential snowball action as we move on over to Storm Point. We mentioned those series results. We'll take a look at them now as we've got them all figured out. Team Falcons at the top with 37 points, but we mentioned them a couple times. EXO looking very strong, Gino.
Yeah, EXO had a couple of great games. I also want to shout out E-Xolos there as well. I mean, I love the way that they have been rotating throughout this tournament. That first game especially, we were sort of having a chat about how it was an incredible job to rotate all the way from Geyser and get that position all the way up the top north of Skyhook to play out game number 1 and pick up some good placement points there.
Definitely an opportunity for these teams to get points on the board, but I'm happy with what we're seeing out of Liquid Alienware. They've had some tough spots, but still been able to kind of play and at least get those points on the board. Maybe able to do a little bit more now that we're heading over to Storm Point. We also see Alliance on the second half of our leaderboard, which we don't expect them to stay there for long, probably be able to work through that. But as we're starting this conversation about Storm Point, let's get those draft picks in here as well. Start talking about what our teams have chosen as far as these drops, what it could mean for their potential gameplay. First pick out the gate, Privacy, I'm sending it straight to you, Mill for Falcons.
Yep. So for Falcons here, we actually averaged way more than what we did in World's Edge. World's Edge we are a little bit lower, but we did the job. We were good. In the Mills, we prioritize the fast rotations. Surprising here for the next team that is doing good, that hopefully they will continue. It's a C9. C9 in Storm Point, they are one of the best teams in these groups. They play Beast. They are already familiar with the Beast because they played it for their entire career. and they will do good, I guess, for this one.
All right, Graceful, I want to hear your thoughts as well with some of these drops, because there's quite a few squads that still need to kind of get things moving.
Yeah, me and Genome also talked a little bit about Alliance specifically, you know, seeing their former performance on, you know, from Thermal on World's Edge, which is what we figured they would pick because it was open when they picked it, but they ended up picking Stacks, which is something they're not really used to. Could that have been affecting it? Possibly, but going into Stormpoint, however, they're back on the Ferrari and Northpad side where they're used to having their strat. And, you know, I love talking to Genome about this specifically because, you know, you could pick depending on who's in your group or specifically who's on your macro just.
Yeah, a couple of different things to consider there, right? And talking about some of the APAC teams as well here, Guild didn't have a great start to the day with their first series. They were much happier with POIs they picked in the other groups, and specifically here, Command Center is a POI they've played with and succeeded from for quite a while. Same situation essentially with Legends Gaming, who have played from Ceto, and even Nasky, even the subs that they're going with this time have great familiarity with that being one of the better POIs on Stormpoint.
Absolutely. It's been a long day here for everybody, but these are our last 3 matches of day 1 in the group stage here at our Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We are moments away from getting into those final 3 matches. I hope everybody in the crowd still has a little bit of energy to get through these last few. Onset, Gaskin, let's close it out.
Yes, indeed. Let's do this, everybody. 3 more games today. It's been an amazing first day of action here in Germany, in Mannheim. Dan, I've been annoying you all the way up until we get to speak on camera. How you feeling, buddy?
Feeling
3 games
great.
done. Stormpoint, you ready?
I mean, finally, Falcons have woken up as well, and a lot of the crowd were happy about that one because now they are top of the table going into Stormpoint, which you heard previously talking about on the desk. This is where they should be picking up their points. This is where they have prioritized with their POI draft. So now at the top of the table, could they start to snowball here?
Got a quick story before we go into it, by the way. We were in the green room. Game number 2 previously said something like, oh, you know, the only way we get out of this position and we don't get points is if this team apes us. The team aped them, and he went very quiet very quickly. Second time around, third game, where they won it, I said to him, don't say anything. Do not say anything during this match. He sat there with his hands over his mouth, rocking literally backwards and forwards like a madman, trying to keep it in. And Falcons win the game. So you're welcome, Falcons fans. I'd like to take full credit for that one. Privacy has learned what the caster curse is, for sure. Never say something out loud that you think could happen, because it probably will. But as we head over to Stormpoint now, we've heard from the desk and some of their thoughts down. What are you thinking about Stormpoint here? What do you look at when we're looking at our leaderboards as teams who maybe need to step it up a little bit here as we head into our final 3 games?
I mean, some of our biggest picks here, FaZe Clan at Pylon, and you've of course got Falcons over towards Mill. Those will be 2 teams that I'll be focusing on as big point grabbers here on Stormpoint. However, you know, the zones won't necessarily play your way. We even saw Falcons, for example, move away from Skyhook on World's Edge, and then all the zones seem to go back up towards Skyhook. That's how the cookie does crumble sometimes. So it's all about those rotations and just winning those engagements when actually you do come across them, because several times we've been seen teams on their rotations struggling a little bit because maybe they weren't expecting a team to be waiting for them, or they didn't realize a team would be waiting to get a beacon, waiting to get a ring console, and it's just catch them or caught them off guard so far this tournament.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if TSM can resurrect their games. A little bit quiet in the first 3 on World's Edge, but Stormpoint is a different beast altogether. And it was interesting, speaking about beast and down beast, C9 kind of quietly got about their business in those first 3 games, but now it's time for business to start picking up. It's time to head over to Stormpoint, everybody. 3 more games to go today.
Are we going to see Falcons carry on in fine form here going into match number 4, or will someone take this game and really just show us what they're made of? And it could be a few teams that are down at the bottom as well, because you might have had a bad POI on World's Edge, but that can change very quickly here on Stormpoint if that's the map that you have prioritized.
So as you can see here, you're watching on the main broadcast, but if you want to watch some POVs, you can do that as well with FACEIT Watch, the official multiview streaming platform for the ALGS. You can hop yourselves over to fce.gg/watch ALGS to make sure you're watching your favorite team's POV as we head into these final 3 games of the day. There's an interesting energy I feel in the arena right now. There's almost like a little bit of anticipation. Everyone's a little bit nervous. There's only 3 more games to get those points on the board before we close out our first day here in Mannheim.
And of course, we start on board with Falcons, and they'll be delighted. I think this is going to take a lot of pressure off of them that they finally had that game, because they looked a little lackluster to start the day. They didn't look like the team that we had seen previously in online and at the most recent LAN competition as well. So we'll have to see whether this form can now carry on through. Zone-wise, we're going to be heading a little bit further north here on Storm Point as we continue our trend of north in this series. Great news for the likes of STRIDERZ, the likes of Guild, who are already going to be up in those surrounding areas.
The Alliance are going to have some good priority to this zone as well. You can see Alliance taking the Trident POI, but they're going to get Northpad alongside that as well. So they're going to have to... They'll take a little bit of time, of course, with the amount of ground they have to cover to loot up and get towards where the wall is going to be essentially where we end in this game. By the looks of things, STRIDERZ, like you mentioned, great spot for them. E-Xolos, LAZER, they're going to have a great rotate as well. Someone like Guild as well, it's an interesting one for them, isn't it? Because they can play outside to the western side of Command Center and work their way up to one of those buildings on the height, or they can play just outside of it and kind of command, so to speak, the space around Command Center. And it's an opportunity for them who a bit quiet in the, I would say overall today so far, Guild. It's a real chance for them to put some points on the board here.
You can see Cloud9 on that western side. They got a ring console at down beast. They are already moving through and past Alliance, who also have a ring console, but they're of course spread out as they take Ferrari as well. So they're going to be a little bit slower, and they're probably going to be beaten to the punch by Cloud9. So we'll have to see whether they end up engaging a little bit later as we check in on Exoclan and how they're moving through dead center of that circle that you saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, working their way up the bunny slope for now towards the wall and outside of Command Center. I wonder if they do try and play from this position. There's a couple of teams who have already beat them on their rotate. One of those teams is going to be flying past, like you mentioned, which is C9. They jump in that Trident, they overtake a lot of the traffic, and now they will look to get into wall nice and early here. Well, they look like they might be trying to control the high ground outside of it and that tunnel for the late game. Elsewhere, you can see a couple of shots being exchanged. Exoclan do find their way inside of one of these buildings, and with the shots they're already taking here, Dan, you would expect them to realize that their priority now is not close to the zone in comparison to some of the other teams who have already managed to overtake them.
Yeah, so many teams have moved fast here, and it continues the trend that we've seen so far this tournament of zone-heavy performances, of everyone just wanting to kind of hunker down a little bit, hope to pick up some points, and hope that zone transitions towards you, to be completely honest, because we have seen some teams struggle with early moving when the zone shifts away because they don't really have that plan B, and sometimes they don't even have the composition to get them out of some of these areas. So you really are banking on your zone knowledge being absolutely perfect in times.
There's a lot of traffic in and around Pylon here, and I'm happy we jump on board with Not Moist because they're one of the teams who are in and around the vicinity of this POI for now. You also had GHS Professional, you had FOXX pretty close as well, and it looks like everybody has decided actually to kind of split resources and disappear in different directions. So you can see on the top of your screen here as well, the pics of the legends that's coming in, the compositions. But it was interesting to see everyone kind of descended onto Pylon there and then just went, you know what, let's just play our game. Let's not try and fight too early.
Yeah, composition-wise, I mean, a few transitions, of course, over to Storm Point about what you're going to be playing and what might help you. Plenty of new castles into the equation here. I think that slowly, as this LAN goes on, there's going to be a few teams who maybe are playing crypto because everyone else is and may start trending towards more kind of traditional picks.
Well, Falcons, they're trying to take space inside a wall right now, but they're going to get through Legacy. And Legacy takes down Zero, takes down Hal as well, and we know that that means that Jim Burton will be on his lonesome. A huge play from him. Falcons will be eliminated after their win. They will be out the lobby first.
Really shows how different it can be from one map to another as well, and from one zone to another. As Falcons go from first place to dead last, and what that does is open up the lobby. Everyone else can now start to catch them up. It is not all said and done for Falcons. There is a lot of work to do. And they will realize that more than ever, as you can just see at the moment. FENNEL having a little peek towards FaZe Clan. But they are just waiting in the wings and hoping that maybe they push through.
Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see that the fight that was looking like it was going to take place between Legends and Exoclan is kind of taking place, which was around the bottom of the lift platform where the two buildings were. It's going to be Legends who get that first knock and get the finish onto it as well, as FENNEL now turn their attention away from FaZe inside a command center to a little bit of action that's going on elsewhere. This is the fight that we were talking about, though. You can see K-Swinny. Looks like he might be last alive, if I'm not mistaken, here for Exoclan, and Legends Gaming are looking to hunt him down.
He's just invisible at that point, and I don't think they can find him. It's one of those classic crypto plays, and yet there you have it. The bird's eye view of
but a drone.
Your enemies looking for you. He might actually watch his own death happen from up above.
That's some meta gaming right there.
Well, luckily for him, no crypto on the side of Legends, so they can't use an EMP, for example, to try and find where he is and take him out of that invisibility.
K-Sweaty, certified forklift driver, if you didn't know that. One of his many abilities as a man, not just a gamer. Inside a command center, though, you can see FaZe. They are the team who were being held out by FENNEL a few moments ago, and for now, they're quite happy by the looks of it just to play inside of command center, maybe playing for that third beacon as well, which is going to be available to them. You can see the ring console is going to be inside of command center here. But for now, it feels like the lobby has slowed down just a little bit. It was the early, not desperation is the wrong word to use, but the early aggressive play coming in from Falcons to try and take the God spot away, which is something that usually brings them a lot of success, but a huge amount of credit has to be given to Guild in that situation, right? Not allowing them to even damage, get close to making that scrappy fight.
I mean, they were full of confidence, Falcons, and they were probably happy to take the fight. Sadly, they go down in 20th, and as you said, the rest of the lobby kind of slows down, because maybe the rest of the lobby sees that Falcons go out, and they say, actually, there was a real opportunity for us to catch up now. As you can see, the zone is going to continue to move further north here. Bad news for those who had maybe hoped for a little bit of a southward pull down towards Cascade and surrounding areas, but it is going to be transitioning a little bit further.
Well, Swinny stayed alive, and not only that, he's got his two teammates back into the game, so EXO-Clan fans, it's time to make a little bit of noise for Swinny here as he manages to turn a 1 into a 3 once again, but a lot of damage being taken right now, and Jaguarez is not going to let Fuda get away. That will be him taking down STRIDERZ. He's trying to duck and dive and survive to get behind a little bit of cover here to join his teammate K-Swinny, but what was initially a fantastic job, and still is a fantastic job from Swinny to get those banners with the drone and get his two teammates revived, now looks like a little bit of a rescue mission for them as once again, Swinny takes the bird's eye view.
Visibility cloak back on. But this is good for EXO-Clan because they are only 6 points behind Falcons at the moment, so they just need to be surviving and getting a few points on the board at least, just to try and play catch up. As finally that kill is confirmed by Jaguarez. But now that's just going to simmer out a little bit. I think SLAYERZ has been able to escape. Just needs to make sure he doesn't run into any extra danger. Looking at elsewhere around the map, there are still 4 teams that are not in this next zone. XNY on the far west side, Not Moist still approaching from the southwest that you were talking about earlier, their rotation.
By the way, Team Liquid are hunting down SLAYERZ right now. He is so separate from Swinny, who is still over making sure that forklift is well attended, and it will be, unfortunately, a similar situation for him again now with 2 banners to potentially collect a little bit later in the game. They do get that kill, and they will pick up that KP, Team Liquid Alienware, by taking him down, and as we turn our attention away from the fights that were going on, we turn our attention to the zone once again. Inside a wall, you've got E-Xolos LAZER, who have had a really strong performance so far today.
Yeah, very impressive. I think that maybe they have been one of the dark horses of this event so far, and in 3rd place, could certainly start to cause a ruckus in this lobby. Now you can see a lot of these teams that are approaching late here are going to be struggling to get into this zone because most that have found themselves central at the north side do have the ability to, you know, drop a Watson, drop a Newcastle, and make sure that you're going to be in a position where you can get as much coverage as possible.
Well, JHS looking for their next move. You can see they're dead center of zone right now. They do not really have a huge amount of cover to play with. You look at their composition, they don't have the Newcastle. It's a leftover wall for them they're trying to use as their own. General to be down behind it, which is, of course, going to help them from any skyward projectiles that fly their way. And Swinny's still here, by the way. And let me tell you, that forklift has never been better looked after in Apex Legends. It's got well loved.
1/3 of the Deathly Hallows. Just need to get him a stone and a wand, and he will be the strongest man in the world.
You ready for my Harry Potter?
Yes.
Horcrux.
Nice.
There you go, thanks.
I mean, I am expecting that eventually, as more teams start to progress to that area, he's probably going to get EMP'd and his position will be given up. But he is getting EXO further into this game, but at the moment still 19 squads, so it could all be for nothing if they were to be eliminated, right? You don't get the extra placement point for getting into the top 15. But the zone is starting to close, and we will learn even more about where Zone 4 is going to be. As Not Moist, they've had a really long rotation, by the way, of trying to make their way through this map. They're going to now approach Cascade Falls, where they might have to take their first fight.
Very interesting story here, very different and separate from what we've seen from those teams who are already in and around that zone. The path that has to be taken here by Not Moist and Team Liquid Alienware, who are inside of Cascades, is a far more treacherous and far more dangerous one, and they're about to find that out themselves. Both teams will be safe inside of Cascades for now, and you wonder if it's going to be a case of let's just let each other survive for a little bit and see if we can plan a rotation that doesn't involve us fighting for now, as we do see a couple of gold bins popping up right now as the zone starts to close.
You get to that point now in the game where everyone's going to have, or you have to presume they're going to have, very good attachments. So if they've got the double Mozam, you know they're going to be hitting hard. You already saw Team Liquid had double P2020 as well, which is pretty scary to go up against in the right hands. As the zone is going to transition a little bit further southeast here, and that is great news for FaZe Clan, who have been holding command center for quite some time, and they had ring console information, remember. They will just about be in the zone on that side.
Great for VK Gaming as well. They have the end of the zipline building that's up furthest to the north, and that is going to be prime position for anyone to try and control in this game. Not only is it going to be a great spot to stay for a long time, that you have the natural cover of the building, but the lines of sight you have of all the teams who have to leave wall, all of the teams who have to walk their way up the hill is an opportunity for KP as well. Alliance, though, they've got a much more treacherous route to take. Let's jump into the comms and see what the plan is.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, just keep running back, keep running back. We need the evac here.
They're kind of looking. I'm smoking.
Wait, yeah,
I'm
smoking.
smoking. I'm smoking.
Yeah, I'm gonna
go
up here. Okay, we don't have an evac, by the way. We don't have an evac. Yeah. Kind of bad, really bad.
I think they're hard pressuring us now.
Yep. Are they?
I'm setting right now. Yeah. Look around.
They must be lost.
I don't know. Okay. Alright. I mean, we just need to walk, slow walk this in the right side and then zip line.
This team is hard. This guy is hard getting here.
Yeah. Can we go right side? Just wrap right slowly.
Yeah.
We need to wrap this right around the tree slowly here.
Okay. Yep.
They're crafting on my
right side
red
here, right side here. Yeah, we need to go behind these guys. Don't shoot, don't shoot that time. Just wrap. Is he looking?
No,
no.
He left it, yeah.
Okay, walk up.
Go.
That's right.
I have. Well, I can give you.
Okay, give me.
They're bang on red ping.
Okay,
yeah.
Listen, we need to zip deep. We need to zip deep to the fucking ring replicator, okay?
This guy's one, this guy here.
You need to zip deep.
Yes. I gotta walk a bit though.
Yeah, here,
yeah, look for it.
Yep. I made it to the tree. Made it to the tree. The big tree.
It's fine. Just send the corner after.
Okay.
Might just 3B backwards here, so get ready for it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Buildings will fight hard, so we need to stabilize in this corner.
Alright.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
Nah, it's not anything.
Okay, I'm in the middle.
As long as somebody's here.
Yeah, get ready. I'm standing right.
Well, Alliance once again just showing the beauty of the Pathfinder, making sure that they can find their way to zone even when it felt like they would have to go through a number of teams. But they use that zip line, they find somewhere safe for now. As Legends Gaming, well, they've got to fight.
I like that you say for now, because they certainly will be vulnerable once teams start to approach, but Legends Gaming need to be the team that forces their way out here. The Newcastle is going to begin to path their way, but now you've got to do the damage.
Damage starts to come in, Amphi will find one. Still up to a full 3 themselves. Elsewhere, you can see that those FOXX have gone down themselves. 18 squads now remaining as they do get that kill confirmed themselves. STRIDERZ will also fall. And with 17 squads now in this lobby, that is going to change very, very quickly. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated as well as they try and force their way into zone. A lot of battles going in and around the front of Command Center and inside of it right now. Not Moisture on the backside of it as Alliance now, they will zip towards this fight. They will look at a third party or maybe looking just to find some KP.
I think this was clever from Alliance. I think they were too vulnerable in the previous spot, so they look to try and actually be proactive with their positioning here, try and maybe pick up some kills, but they are being shot from elsewhere and Unlucky's gone down.
Moist is going to be the team who gets involved with this. Tyler trying to spray, and spray he will. A huge amount of damage being done, but Hackis has decided that it's survival that becomes the name of the game for Alliance. Can he get around this corner, get stunned on his way forward, and has to take the 6-7 seconds needed to pop this Phoenix kit? Always heart-to-mouth moment. Manages to get it done and will survive here for Alliance.
And now he would just want to get into zone, go invisible, try and get banners and see if he can survive. He cannot. Alliance are eliminated in 16th. By the way, K-Swinny has done the job with the invisibility cloak, and he will now get top 15. So that is at least 1 point guaranteed. But now you got to go, Swinny. You need to move.
Has to leave that forklift behind. Boy, do they have some stories to tell as they move through the rest of the Apex Legends Global Series. But for now, K-Swinny will still be alive, and now he finds himself with another placement point as well. Nasky will go down here on the rotate from Legends Gaming that we saw from the bottom of that zipline building as FaZe kind of now moved to the outside of Command Center and are trying to pin the team that's inside. That's going to be Noctem.
Legends eliminated. STRIDERZ are eliminated as well. And now FaZe Clan, who were the team pinned earlier, are now doing the pinning. And they're in a really good spot here. They can potentially get KP and also have this side of the zone as now Guild go down as well.
11 squads remaining. Almost half the lobby has been taken care of. TSM have somehow managed to wrap their way inside of this building themselves. The Swinny story will end, as will Exoclans. They will be eliminated, but more placement points, brilliantly, you have to say, were picked up by him on that way from what was a perilous and horrible position early on after losing that fight.
It will at least put them 1 point closer to Team Falcons, but sadly not the game that they would have wanted to try and catch up. As now, you spoke about TSM. They will have this northeast side, but they are joined by VK Gaming. XNY have a solo nearby, as do E-Xolos LAZER. So there are 2 teams nearby with a rat. You'd imagine could be Cryptos.
NOEZ looking to move up onto the position of FaZe and Noctem, who were playing outside a command center for so long, and even though both teams have been waiting to fight, well, Waltzy just wanders in and takes care of everyone. FaZe Clan eliminated. He wants the final kill as well. One more player left inside of that building from Noctem. And NOEZ will perform the perfect third party as GHS Professional will also fall.
Yeah, just like that, 7 squads now remain. FENNEL have a solo center zone. As NOEZ look to just clean up the pieces that you were mentioning, they will have the entirety of the southeast here, and actually a really good way to push into the zone because they have coverage from the mountain. All those northern teams won't be able to see NOEZ until the last second, so they should all focus each other, which should leave NOEZ open to really move in for themselves.
Attenum's still alive, by the way, just inside of that building. NOEZ wouldn't have forgotten about him. They know that there's one player still alive from that team. As now we turn our attention to the fight that's going down elsewhere. You can see TSM now climbing up, looking to get some damage themselves. The Mozambique shots are going to be pretty good, and that will be a replay coming in from the push that they did make. So now you can see it's reps with those Mozambiques doing a huge amount of damage, and that was how GHS Professional were taken care of by TSM.
Well, now TSM have to move down this zip line, or at least the area. Maybe they could slide down if they would like as well. You see XNY and Noctem both being eliminated. Now it's down to 4 because FENNEL go down as well. It's Cloud9 versus NOEZ in the center of the zone happening right now, by the way.
E-Xolos LAZER just as a solo. The other 2 solos in this game were taken care of in those previous moments. The C9 trying to use the cover of that big rock in and around center zone to survive until they are forced to engage. TSM will be eliminated by C9 as now NOEZ move down from the high ground. 2 squads remaining. Devo in the hands of Gilderson as well. You can see C9 still alive on that low ground. They get evac tower down, but look at this man, he's going to work! Gil finds 1, Timmy finds 2, and Gil just needs to find the final player here. And it will be NOEZ who should take this one home. NOEZ just need 1, they find 1, and NOEZ will be your champions.
As soon as they were able to take that position off of FaZe Clan a little bit earlier and restrict Noctem from being able to push out of that building, it looked like it was a surefire win. Again, it was the ability to push into the zone without any team on that northern side being able to see them. And as soon as they had the high ground over Cloud9, it was just a matter of fact by that point, as NOEZ go top of the leaderboard, 51 points now, as they look to try to go into tomorrow at the very top of the leaderboard.
Very interesting game, that one. Even from the first moments, right? When you look at the overall leaderboard, you're looking at who's up there, who's the chasing pack. Falcons go out first. That opens everything up for the chasing pack. Exoclan get a couple of points from placements thanks to the play from Swinny, but they still go down relatively early with a low amount of points. That opens things up for the likes of NOEZ, who weren't too far behind. And going into game number 4, going into Storm Point, we know how close it was between every single team that's been in this lobby and fought their way through those first 3 games. So for NOEZ to perform in game number 4 here, to put that amount of points on the board is a huge moment in the context of this game.
I mean, Privacy was saying backstage that if it's not Falcons taking points, it should be NOEZ. They are the 2 best performers leading up to this tournament when it comes to scrims, at these 2 groups scrimming against one another. I think that's evident here. As soon as Falcons go out, it just opened the door for NOEZ to have a game like that. But you mentioned it, long old rotation, very planned, very methodical about how they wanted to approach this game, but they were also very quick to act on weaknesses and openings, and that was FaZe Clan. They had left themselves exposed from the back, and NOEZ came in at just the right time.
I think it's one thing that they've done extremely well, and I think you hit the nail on the head as we take a look at our match results. 14 kills alongside the 12 points for placement for NOEZ gives them a total of 26. C9 with 16 just in behind them, and I mentioned how they've been going about their business. TSM, by the way, a good game for them as well, and E-Xolos LAZER just keep putting points on the board here and representing South America in a way that they certainly want to be represented. But we'll take a look at some team versus team stats from NOEZ and Cloud9 in that final game down. But I want to just go back to the point that you were making about NOEZ rotation, right? We know this is a hard zone meta. You know, a lot of teams are looking to get in the zone early, play those priority positions that they believe the end game is going to be played at. NOEZ, they rotate there right down from the southern side, all the way up the hill. You hit the nail on the head by saying it's great to plan a rotate, to think about how you want to move, but it's the ability to seize on an advantage you see in front of you and never second guess it. And I think there was a few third parties that NOEZ took, a few fights that NOEZ took that just opened their path up, and it was because they were seizing those opportunities.
Sometimes it's about being proactive rather than reactive. We even saw Alliance try it. It didn't go well for them in this scenario, but had they just stayed where they were, they probably would have had the same demise, right? But they actually tried something. You can see the series results there at the moment after 4 games, 51 points for NOEZ. This is a big gap that they've now created between themselves and Falcons, and suddenly they hand over that towards Falcons and say, all right, we're asking the question, do you have the answer in match 5?
We'll have to find out if Falcons can answer back after NOEZ. We'll close out game number 1 here on Storm Point. Match 4 is done. Match 5 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm joining.
Where on the right? Where on the right?
No one on right. No one. It's a solo. It's a solo. He's dead. He's dead.
I'm playing in the open path. It's last team. It's last team. I'm getting on the road. I'm getting on the road. I'm getting on the road.
I mean beat them. I beat them all.
Nice. Get on the head. Get on the head. Don't let them take this. Kill one. Kill one. One. I'm gonna drop on him. Nice. Under. Wrapping. Under you. On me. Cracked one. Oh, not one. Oh
nice.
My
Good
shit,
man.
Come on.
You guys are too fucking good.
Welcome back, everybody, to Germany. Welcome back to Mannheim, and we can see what everybody is here to play for. That trophy is looking glorious, and as the sun goes down here in Mannheim, the games keep coming. 2 more games to come today. Match 5 is about to happen. Storm Point is always a fun one for us, Dan, and also, all of a sudden, with that win from NOEZ, the games and the series just got even more fun as well.
That trophy's seen more of Mannheim than I have, and I'm pretty jealous at this point. Seems to be in a different location every single time. There's plenty of Falcons fans in the crowd looking to try and cheer on their team after a disappointing match 4 being eliminated in 20th. It was all about NOEZ. Their rotation, their planning, and their execution was on point, but they still have 2 matches here to try and follow up and stay at the top of this leaderboard.
We won't reveal what's being said in the pre-game lobby because it's always entertaining. I'm sure you can watch it elsewhere if you need to. But as we can see, the winners of our 4 previous games, C9 take home match number 1. FaZe Clan take home match number 2. Falcons did answer back and put that big game on the board in match number 3. And match number 4, we just saw NOEZ. It was all about them. But match 5, are we going to have a different winner? Or are we going to see a repeat one?
Tough to say. I mean, certainly at the moment, NOEZ seem to be very well planned with how they've been moving around the map. And if they can replicate that even slightly, just mainly how they were able to pin some teams down when they did find them a little bit exposed, there is definitely points on the board. I am expecting maybe a rise from Alliance. They've struggled a little bit in this series, especially after such a hot start at the beginning of today.
Yeah, it's interesting to just look at Falcons, right? And you're looking at placement points versus kill points. And you're looking at kill points, they're second best by quite a distance in comparison to the rest of the lobby, but that's placement points. They're just letting them down a little bit. Only 13 placement points after 4 games for Team Falcons, and the opposite can be said about the team just behind them, right? Or should I say equal points with them at the moment in E-Xolos LAZER, because they have 24 points coming from placement, and I think it was only 17 from KP. So they're playing hard zone. One team who, of course, is always going to have the support from the family is Team Falcons. Shout out Papa Jen up there. He's always one of the loudest people in the venue.
The biggest Team Falcons fan.
Even if you don't know where he is, if you just let it go silent for a second, you're like, oh, there's Papa. You can kind of find him. He's like a sonar.
He's always there.
He's got a sonar going out.
Every hotel lobby I walk through, Papa Jen's he's just around the corner, waiting to just let you know, don't predict Falcons, because you're going to curse them. That's what he told me. And sadly, I did predict Falcons today, and yeah, might be.
You're going to have a difficult conversation later with him. That's what I'm. Yeah.
Hopefully not. But certainly at the moment, I mean, going into this next matchup, there are a few teams who actually need to step it up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's all well and good talking about who is playing well, but there are some squads who are really struggling now as we get into match 5. And we saw this happen in the previous series where, okay, TSM weren't struggling, but they weren't necessarily at the top of the leaderboard. And then suddenly they started playing for kills. They started being a little bit more aggressive. And I think a lot of teams can learn from that switch up of playstyle to say, no, now we need to actually capitalize on other people's mistakes here. Go for kills. We can't play as passive because we need points on the board.
Yeah, it's such a difficult dichotomy to kind of break down, right? Because traditionally that's what we've always said. When you get to the back end of a series and you're in the bottom 10 of a leaderboard, it's like, okay, we need to be a bit more aggressive. We need to try and force the pace a little bit. With the meta the way it is, it feels like even finishing a fight within 30 seconds is a challenge in itself, right? Because you can get EMP'd, that slows you down. You get stunned, the castle wall goes down, the mobile shield, all of these things start to contribute to just a slow fight that is so difficult to get done in 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden, you know, the fight keeps going on, everybody's listening, everybody's watching, and there's a third party, all these things start to roll in together. So I'm interested to see if anyone can actually take that initiative, if they are going to be able to be aggressive, or if it's going to be the case of just legend composition and current meta making it more difficult for teams to actually do that.
I mean, I see a Mad Maggie, and that makes me happy, right? Because with the current meta being Mozambique's, having a character that gets an automatic reload on a knock is insane. So maybe X and Y can do something having Mad Maggie. Maybe they are looking for that aggression and looking to try and pick up some more kills.
Also, I see you sitting behind that castle wall. Have a wrecking ball. Always a little bit of fun to be had. We'll have to see if the wrecking ball gets us singing in game number 5 then. Back to Storm Point for our penultimate game of day number 1 here in Mannheim at the Split 2 playoffs. Still all to play for, but not NOEZ to the team who are holding down that first place spot.
But will they be able to hold on to it? That is the real question. Falcons are certainly going to be gunning for that number 1 spot indeed. Zone's going to play a big part in it, as it always does. Another team I want to keep an eye on, FaZe Clan. Dropping down towards Pylon. They had a great rotation, but they maybe just didn't execute as well as they could have in the final moments. Had that moment where they really just left themselves a little bit exposed. NOEZ took full advantage of it. I think that FaZe will regret maybe how they played it. So looking into this one, they'll look to try and make up for it, certainly going into match 5 here.
Well, NOEZ have earned themselves the esteemed Luke Path cam.
Well decorated.
Well decorated. Obviously, honestly, they're going to start giving out trophies for this thing at the end of the ALGS. I'm telling you, it's becoming an idea. In fact, I need to copyright it. I need to get the royalties down. I need the money.
I can't provide that for you.
I need the money.
I'm not sure anyone can provide that for you. Right, zone-wise, we're going east. We are heading all the way over to the east of the map, and Exoclan, they're in a pretty good position. FENNEL are going to be over towards Stormcatcher as well. In terms of ring consoles, TSM do have one down towards Devastated Coast. They could move very fast. NOEZ also have one available at Echo, so they might move a little bit quicker than they did previously. And then GHS Professional are going to be over towards Launchpad and have, ideally, one of the priority spots if they realize where the zone's going, because I can't quite see.
It's like a little bit of a waterfall zone to me. Like, it's just outside of Launchpad. It's going to be an interesting one. Play for Zone 3 info if I'm a little bit late to the party here. But Zone 2 is, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to judge this one.
It's one of those zones as well that, you know, if you do commit heavily to the wrong side, you can be very much punished because there's a lot of open space between it. And then you're going to be shot by those teams who have predicted correctly or luckily found themselves in that spot as well.
I would describe this as a typical Storm Point zone and one that I get excited for. because, like you say, not a huge amount of playable area when it comes to buildings and even formations, really, to play around. So if you get one of them early, there's a couple of buildings that are to be played, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot to guarantee yourself some placement points. But elsewhere, it's going to be about fighting in and around the edge and looking for KP as a way to force your way not only into points, but also up those leaderboards as well. Is not waiting for everyone else to take care of business, but taking care of business yourself. Let's take a look at Guild now. And we saw take an early fight, or were forced to take an early fight early on in the previous game, which they, of course, won against Team Falcons inside of Wall. But as it pulled away, they just struggled to find their path towards where that zone was going to be going.
We do have to give credit where it's due, though, for Legends, right? Amphi and Naski coming in last minute as substitutes, and they found themselves in a fantastic position in their first series today, and they're still in the top 10 today, doing Strafing Flame a massive justice as he was unable to get here on time, but will be here for the rest of the tournament. I think he arrives tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Hope he sleeps on the flight.
Gonna need it.
He's gonna need it. FaZe Clan, then, you mentioned a team who have been fairly consistent across the day, but have good prio to this zone, need to make the most of it. They're gonna be playing the rock formation just outside the back of Launchpad. Elsewhere, you can see that Legends are taking a little bit of damage as they try and make their rotate as well. As Player K is going to take the majority of it, gets that mobile shield down, which is going to keep him alive, but unfortunately, all it does is provide him with a front row seat to watching Amphi go down.
But is playing the Newcastle, could maybe get a res here. You can see that Guild are going to be very aggressive, though, because they recognize that's going to happen. Does turn, but as soon as you get that res, you're straight back down on the floor, and Guild Esports will clean up too.
Great job from Guild Esports to be aggressive onto that, making sure those KP do not get away. And even though two players are down, Naski is still alive for now. And we saw what K-Swinny can do. Maybe Naski's going to have to try and pull off some magic himself. You can see he's already out of there for now. VK Gaming, by the way, just coming in to steal some loot by the way.
Yes, slightly different approach for Naski, playing on the Wraith, of course, that we've seen so far today. So it is an opportunity that he could still get banners and can still escape as a Wraith. I mean, traditionally, back in the good old days, Wraith would have been the perfect rat character. But now it has been handed over very much to Crypto, as Noctem will be eliminated in 20th position. It's going to be Falcons getting a little bit of revenge from last time, being able to not be the first team eliminated.
The eliminated become the eliminatees?
Or eliminators.
That's the correct English. VK Gaming up in the drone right now, trying to just find a little bit of essentially a lay of the land of where everybody else is in and around them. See how quickly, by the way, the Exo Clan made their rotate, by the way. They still have two white armors, which is even in the modern day of Evo shields is quite rare to see. As Team Falcons now are going to make their rotate. They want to play somewhere different.
Yeah, they're going to maybe move just over this eastern side and over the mountain, perhaps? No, okay, they just go straight back down. They saw something they didn't like, and they aborted mission.
JHS going to have to hit the res for now. The shots were from distance by a scout, it looked like. Aruf is trying to escape. In the meantime, the drone is haunting him. Actually reminds me a little bit. Did you ever watch the Pokemon episode? The first one where you met the ghost Pokemon? And that Ghastly was chasing you around?
Thank you. Can't say it did.
Don't worry about it then. You have no frame of reference for my point, so don't worry about it.
A Pokemon
if
reference.
you did, by the way, then you'll get what I mean by the drone following them around.
By the way, all the meantime that Mark was talking about Pokemon, Legends just got the respawn, and they're going to be back up to a full 3 temporarily. We'll have to see whether they can actually stay alive, and it looks like they're going to do so. So very well played from Naski to be able to escape and get everyone back up to a full 3.
Good job from Naski. Seems like all of the players who have managed to survive those early scuffles and get out have managed to get into position to get their team back into the game. And we were having a discussion in the green room. It's like, if you get rezzed once as a team, it's like, it's going to be a bit of a rough one. If you get rezzed twice as a team, usually win the game is kind of the unwritten rule that we've established. But Bleed Esports just playing the top percent of zone for now, and they're going to have good LOS on a lot of teams who are going to be rotating in and around them. You can see the Falcons are currently playing down on the low ground below them, just out of shot. Bleed just controlling the high ground. So Z inside of the building just underneath them, and that gives you the lay of the land. That's where everybody is on the map right now, and I've got to say, it's a little bit of a surprise to see so many people playing to the north, and that's going to be that third beacon info, you would imagine.
No one knows where the hell this zone's going, and you can tell just looking at this map at the moment. Maybe FENNEL would be my favorites right now, but we'll see where the pool's going to go. And okay, it continues to pull east, so FENNEL's still in a good position, but it has transitioned towards Launchpad again. TSM right on that eastern side. They'll be happy. Liquid Alienware, FaZe Clan also will be really happy about this one.
This is a rough zone. I've just got to say, this is a really tough zone to try and navigate. All these teams who have moved to the northern side of this zone, by the way, are probably thinking it could go towards Stormcatcher or the cannon just below it. And now they're going to have to all fight through each other to leave the POI to get anywhere near that zone. On the other side of things, Not Moist are probably thinking, even though we're all the way over in Barometer at the moment and having to take a fight, seeing that zone pool gives them an opportunity to arrive late to the party, much like they did in the previous game. But first of all, they've got to deal with this fight, and it's against X and Y.
Yep, the Mad Maggie is there. You can see the riot drill, so you know full well it is X and Y, but Not Moist seem to be the aggressors here. They are the ones who are pushing onto X and Y, but they are at a shield disadvantage. Purples versus blues, and if X and Y get a knock here, you know full well they're sending this.
Completely isolated this fight at the moment. Nobody else within a POI's worth of distance.
Near.
And it looks like Not Moist have decided this isn't the best of ideas. Timmy's going to take a little bit of damage. Guild, excuse me, is going to turn around just to see if he can help his teammate get out of that situation. Timmy will be safe and will be able to pop that battery. X and Y just looking down here, and I tell you what, Timmy is a little bit separated from his team, and if he's not careful, could get cut down on the path here.
Wrecking Ball's available as well. There is a real chance that X and Y might just continue this aggression, continue to chase, and look to try and put Mad Maggie to full advantage. This is what they wanted to play for. They wanted KP, they wanted to start catching up on the leaderboard, they play an aggressive comp, and Not Moist are certainly on the back foot right now.
Great shots coming in from Waltzy though, and all of a sudden, the advantage gets flipped on its head, and Waltzy once more. More shots coming in from the Nemesis, more shields being broken. And if you're on the side of this man right now, you're just saying, keep doing what you're doing, brother, or I'll back you up.
Doesn't matter if you've got a Maggie, if you're going up against shots like that, as now Moist have the advantage. You can see Johnny's just going to be backing off to try and get close. And now X and Y might just have to retreat here. So for all the aggression, it is completely counteracted by just brilliant shots from Waltzy here.
Waltzy just anchoring the top of this egg and managing to break a couple of eggs himself to keep Moist in a great position, gets himself up to purple as well, and now Not Moist are probably thinking, hey, I remember when you were trying to push us X and Y, well, haven't got that kill, haven't got that limb, haven't got that person turned into a death box, we're going to go trace you down, we're going to find ourselves some more KP. X and Y very split inside of Barometer right now. You have to wonder if they managed to get that banner or not, but elsewhere back into the zone, back towards the action, and this is TSM's position right now, and they are in one of the best spots in the game.
TSM have had a good day so far today as well. I mean, third place they were able to find in their earlier series. They're currently in 8th place after a disappointing performance at the last LAN. This maybe is the answer that TSM fans were desperately hoping for, as they seem to be performing a lot better this time around and are finding more consistent points across these group stages. As you can see, it's Timmy's just gone down in the kill feed. X and Y answer back. This is a very delayed fight, though. Both these teams have so far to go after this fight happens.
It's a very weird fight that's going down here. Waltzy's going to fall as well. And just a reminder, this was a 2 versus 3 situation in the favor of Not Moist. Guild is now left on his own, collects one of the banners. And if I'm not mistaken, we might be finding ourselves in a one-on-one, and it's the Maggie on the other side, which means I get an opportunity to maybe warm the vocal cords up, because there might be a wrecking ball coming. No, Not Moist are gone! Not Moist are gone! It's a 2v3! X and Y go as well, sure, but, I mean, whew.
I was going to say, you said 1v1, it was more like 1v1v1, and the ring was the final player in that fight, and it will just wipe out the rest of it. It was a pointless fight to be taken, let's be honest, but they were both so deep they kind of had to. Now, Legends Gaming, speaking of deep, they are deep in trouble right now. Amphi and Player K, the last two. Nasty is down, but they do have protection from the shield here.
And much like the previous game where Falcons went out early, now we see Not Moist go out early. That is the team who's top of the leaderboards right now. That means everybody else in this lobby has an opportunity to steal away that first place. Legends Gaming at the moment not thinking about first place, they're thinking about surviving into the top 17, top 16, top 15 if they can for now. But Amphi is going to get cut down by his old teammate in Nax.
I struggle seeing Legend escaping this one, but you have the Newcastle. There's always the chance. You pick up, do you go down? You pick up, you go down. And they should be able to at least get back up to a 2 for now. But I'm really concerned about if this shield goes down shortly, they are just going to be obliterated by teams surrounding. By the way, Zone is continuing to move east. TSM are in prime position right now. 8th place in the series. And real opportunity to pick up some big points here. They've got Naski's banner though, have Legends. And what you said, right? They've already got back up once. Hey, if they can get back up again, then maybe the gods are on their side.
STRIDERZ have been eliminated, and if there's anything I've learned from recent Apex Legends tournaments, is that even if you're in the game and you're a solo in the final moments, you can still win it. Legends Gaming taking so much damage at the moment. It feels like if you're in the shoes right now of player K, it feels like the whole lobby is focusing you, and finally it will be FENNEL who apply the finishing touches to eliminate them from the lobby. Alliance, who are down at the bottom of the leaderboards right now, which we hop on board with them, they might have to contend with Falcons in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, so both of them have got to move further east, but now Alliance have got ahead of them, so Falcons have to go through Alliance. They don't know that yet, because they may not have that ring console information, as Alliance don't as well. VK Gaming also kind of arriving to the party through the skies, and that might just take Alliance's attention away from Team Falcons, and they're going to have to take this.
Castle Wall goes down. That makes this fight a little bit awkward. It makes it a little bit ugly. Tyler's gone down as well. But Unlucky, he's going to even up these numbers. Unlucky will find one. He evens it up. And now tries to swing in as the Pathfinder. He gets behind another. Unlucky now has to deal with a Newcastle. Another one goes down. It's the re-knock from Unlucky. He can't quite commit to the full three. His Hackett's close enough to finish his fight and keep Alliance in this game.
Should be. Definitely close enough, but there is knockdown shields to work with. But Hackett has the beautiful Mozambiques. No attachments on it, though. It's going to be very bland, very neutral, very vanilla. And now the res is probably going to come through because Hackett is being shot from another team.
You just wonder if that was just a bit of miscommunication, because the amount of damage that was done by Unlucky, almost expected Hackett to be able to walk in and just finish that fight off. But instead, it looks like he might be thinking about getting the res instead. So Hackett with the big brain, big picture play will keep Alliance alive.
And you saw that thought process happen very early when he dropped the respawn beacon, and he instantly was saying, actually, I can get these banners and I can make sure that I can get us back on our feet. GHS Professional have also gone down. 12 squads now remain as Alliance are back to the party.
It's the revenge tour. It's the revenge tour. That's the desktop. Back to the game. Naughty. Popping the Barry. Will keep himself alive for now. This was a fight that was going down between Falcons and C9. Looks like Falcons are getting the better of it, but here we are, finally back on the revenge tour. And it's going to be Alliance as a three who can take this fight once again. Zero with the Kraber, though.
You know full well that Unlucky wants to send this. He wants to make up for what he could have done previously. Was so close to 1v3ing, and now Unlucky has to make up for it right here. Pushes in yet again. The Mozams are shooting hard and does have a chance, but he's got a sliver of health.
Surely not. The res is going to deny Alliance once more, and Falcons are going to deny even more. Zero will fly in. Looking to hunt down the final player here. Cloud9 eliminated in the meantime, but Falcons pick their poison, pick their moment, as they're looking for the Crypto, who is not showing for now.
Zero needs to survive. Great use of the smoke there. Recognizing where that damage was coming from, will be able to get a bat off, you'd imagine.
They don't know who's there.
There's another invisible player on the map.
Oh, Kastler is still there. They knew he was close, but they just couldn't find him. Guild been eliminated in the meantime as we finally find ourselves inside of our top 10. What a game this has been, by the way. If I'm unlucky, I'm fuming, by the way. The damage that man has done in the last minute or so is nuts.
So all whilst that's been happening, TSM is still sitting pretty on the east side. FaZe and NOEZ are going to be on the southeast as well, probably going to fight. Now elsewhere, this is the fight I was talking about.
FaZe now trying to hold the high ground, trying to hold this staircase. Mastiff is going to break some shields, and now it's going to probably break some hearts as well. Synetic finds one, might turn two himself. Clean wipe for FaZe Clan. They will pick up 3 KP and keep themselves in this game.
That has opened up things for Liquid Alienware. They come flying over FaZe Clan here as Falcons also join. TSM now sending it onto FaZe. This is getting like a deadly area right now as TSM do send it, but now Falcons want some.
Falcons are closing in on this and pinching everyone. FaZe Clan will be eliminated. Zero thinking KP, KP, KP. More points for me. More points for Falcons. There's more damage is coming out from the IGL.
And if they win this fight, they own the southeast. Liquid Alienware are still in the vicinity. VK Gaming still have a couple of players alive as well, but now it does mean Falcons push themselves further and even closer to Not Moist. They are 4 points behind Not Moist now.
It also feels like all of a sudden Falcons are starting to find a little bit of momentum. We see a res coming in for VKG as well, and you have to wonder if Falcons were aware of that, because that was just behind them on top of that building, and that could catch them off guard. But Zero looks like he's got their back. Watch, 2 bullets with the Kraber, plenty with the Mozambique. He's in a great position to do so much damage as he's already taken down one member of Team Liquid, and another will go as well. Team Liquid Alienware will be eliminated. We're down to 4.
A team that's silently going about their business, by the way. Bleed Esports, dead center of the northern side of this zone, and actually in a really good position as they can watch over the likes of VKG, the likes of Falcons. They just need to really worry about FENNEL at the moment.
Well, inside of this building, looks like VKG and Falcons are going to be the first to engage with each other. Kraber still in the hands of Zero here. He wants to hit the shot. He's going to line it up. He's going to pull the trigger, but narrowly misses. A shake of the head, a flick of the fringe. And it's a feeling maybe a little bit familiar to him.
Yeah, get the Mozams out instead and just get down and dirty and involved, but he does miss a few, and that opens things up for VKG. Can we see the cleanup from Falcons?
Yes, we will. Surely we will. Yes, indeed they do, but Zero will find himself on his back and not participate in the final moments of this game unless there is a miracle res to come in. Now FENNEL move up as VK Gaming will be confirmed as our 4th team overall in the placement. And this makes it interesting for Falcons because you got FENNEL and Bleed engaging, and Falcons as a 2 might be able to sweep on this.
If Falcons have a respawn beacon, they have an opportunity, but also as a 2, they can still win this fight because there's going to be a lot of damage done between Bleed and FENNEL here.
FENNEL taken down. Bleed stay pretty healthy.
Very healthy.
Very, very healthy, which makes this opportunity for Falcons a little bit more difficult to take. However, Gemburn will find one. How will go down as well, though. Surely this is Bleed just closing this out. And Bleed Esports will be your champions in our penultimate game here on Storm Point. And it was all about how efficient that fight against FENNEL was to keep them healthy enough to deal with the 2 from Falcons.
So efficient. If they had taken too much damage, there was a real opportunity, a real window for Falcons to still win that game. They didn't even have to really worry about it as the 2 arrived. They were plenty healthy, had so much shields to work with. But they held that northern side for quite some time, did Bleed, and it was all while so much scuffles were happening elsewhere. They kind of watched and they were probably laughing, saying, actually, this is a real chance that we can clean things up here from the northern side. They pushed themselves up to 3rd place in the series standings. Falcons, however, will regain 1st position ahead of Not Moist. So it is just a back and forth. It's a ping-pong game between Not Moist and Falcons right now.
And it seems like it's a case of whoever goes out first in the lobby, the other team will take advantage of it. A lot of fans in the building at the moment. We have VKG fans, we have Falcons fans. I mean, we also have EXO-Clan fans, by the way, if you hadn't noticed. They're here. Bleed fans. Everybody has fans here in the ALGS. That's what you love to see, right? I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Bleed as well, because their story of the split was like close but not great. Not closing out games, not closing out wins. Well, we've seen a couple from them today where they've managed to clutch those final moments, managed to keep their composure in those final zones, and managed to convert it into wins. It's a huge, huge moment for them, I think, in their overall belief of what they can do at this tournament.
Yeah, and of course, shout out Raven as well, a coach who is very well known for his history with TSM and his success, but now takes on this Bleed team, and he wants to find that same success. It's almost justice for him, the players trying to replicate that for him, but Bleed Esports put 21 points on the board. 9 kills to go alongside it. So even though I said, silently went about their business, they were still winning some engagements to get to that position. And then, of course, they got 6 of those kills in that final circle. 21 points for Falcons, 20 on the board. Very funny, the shake of the head after the Kraber shot as well from Zero. I think that you hit the nail on the head.
Hey, I was only joking,
Maybe
by the
some
way.
bad memories coming
anyone
through.
Gets weird about it, it's just a joke, okay? He hit about 1,000 Kraber shots earlier on today, so we'll take a look at the damage stats coming in from Team Falcons. I've opened myself up to all kinds of abuse, I can imagine, after making that comment. But 4.5k damage coming in from Team Falcons, shared across the board as well. Imperial Howl, though, leading the way. 1.8k damage for the CEO, starting to just show a little bit of form here towards the end. But if we're going to continue with the pattern that we've seen on Storm Point, right, doesn't that mean that means that Bleed go out 1st or 2nd in the next game, and then it's anyone's game? I don't know. Well, you tell me.
Well, maybe it's Not Moist to win a game again as they go back and forth with Team Falcons, but it's a 5-point lead now for Falcons going into this last game. And what was the average that Privacy was talking about? 12 points a game is what he said, and they are not far off here. They are closing in on it. They just need to have one more good game, and they might just be up there.
We have seen, though, the way that things can turn so quickly in this lobby, but as we close out match number 5, we only have one more match to go today, Dan. I'm kind of excited for this one. I've got to say, one more match to go here on day number 1 of the Split 2 playoffs, and that's coming up just after this break.
Nice. The center forward.
Yep. He's in front of me, one guy. He died.
I need to pop one more medkit and then go. I'm popping one medkit and Hamid. You said it.
Yeah, here. Stacking. I'm pushing. Coming.
Kill one,
Nice, jumping.
I'm hitting.
Awesome effort there from Alliance.
Herman Miller, official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
They will.
They're fucking queuing under us, bro. I'm gonna bang ult them. We should peek over off this. Just wait for my bang ult to come down.
Is that their evac?
Yeah, there's one right below you. Grip that shit on. Grip that shit on hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna peek over.
Play for
Nice.
Last guy. Newcastle. Whoa.
I walled. I'm grabbing the swap.
Get swaps. Take her right back. Take it.
Above,
on me. I'm coming.
Shoot the Newcastle.
Cat on me.
He's one dead.
Nice.
I got. One dead.
Go.
Nice.
Fucking go. Fucking go.
Well, great to hear the team comms from Bleed as they win our penultimate game of the day there, and I always love hearing an IGL who is just commanding his troops, dropped, doing a great job to make sure that their attention was exactly where it needed to be in those final moments. And speaking of final moments of the day is now where we find ourselves. 5 games done in this series. We only have 1 more to go before we go home for a night of rest down, before we come back tomorrow and do it all again.
And it's been a brilliant day so far with plenty of action and also very up and down games, right? Teams that maybe expected to win haven't found that success, but then finally have that new breath of fresh air where they find themselves and they suddenly start to perform. And it has made these kind of series standings very unpredictable. And it was something you said right at the start of this tournament, that today and this entire tournament is going to be unpredictable.
Thank you. You are welcome. By the way, great read on the Herman Miller thing coming into that.
Thanks.
Gave me a big smile. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Why are you laughing?
No
great
reason.
job.
Cheers, mate.
You did a great job, right, on the Herman Miller read, right? No one agrees.
No one cares.
Anyway, let's talk about match number 6. Let's talk about what we've got in front of us, because when we look at the leaderboards, it's Falcons who are holding down that top spot for now. You keep smiling at me right now. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. But just behind them, there's a chasing pack which certainly could take the game and the series away from them. Now, it's not just, of course, about that first place. It's about, of course, the placements that you can find moving forward as well, and the points that you can put on the board. So everybody still with something to play and something to commit to in this match number 6. But this is the story so far of who has taken that first place. C9, match number 1. FaZe, they took it next. Falcons, they got that win in match number 3. Not Moist in 4. And then we just saw Bleed Esports taking home the win in match number 5. My question to you, Dan, is will we have a repeat winner here? Do you think one of those 5 teams can get the job done in this final game? And if they do, will it be enough to put them up the top?
Yes, I think one of these 5 teams can definitely win match 6 here, as 3 of them are in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Falcons, Not Moist, and Bleed now find themselves in that 3rd position after the victory. And it really does show you how much you can propel yourself up this leaderboard as soon as you have one of those games. By the way, Cloud9, with that win right at the start, they're still hovering. They're still in the top 5, and they are still in touching distance of the top 3 right now. But in terms of getting first in this series and putting points on the board, well, Falcons, Not Moist, Bleed seem like the 3 most likely here.
As we head into our final game of the day, that is how things stand. That is how things look between B and D. Of course, we've got a lot more Apex Legends action to come throughout the weekend. We're only just getting started here. It's day number 1 of 4. Come on. Don't worry. Plenty more games.
I mean, it has been interesting to see a couple of teams start to go to panic mode a little bit. I do want to touch upon the kind of XNY versus Not Moist fight that we saw on the edge of the map as well, right? XNY, they clearly went for a more aggressive composition. They wanted to fight. Did Not Moist linger a little bit too long? Were they a little bit annoyed by being chased when they probably could have just left? as soon as you get any indication of who it is you're going up against, if they are near the bottom of the leaderboard, I don't think it's worth it. They have less to lose in that. They are just going to be aggressive. They're going to look to try and pick up KP and have one of those miraculous games, and it became a fight that eventually just killed them both.
Yeah, it was a bit of an ugly one for both sides. I think it was maybe a little bit of bravado on the side of Not Moist that came back to bite them a little bit, but in the end, it was neither team who came out with any kind of success to talk about. But one team who's finding success and looking like they're finding a little bit of form, and also looking like they're finding a little bit of momentum in the way that they're playing and the way that they're team fighting, was the team we just saw, Falcons, right? We've been waiting for the moment, but it feels like at the end of day number 1 here that the 3 gentlemen that you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen right now are just starting to find that flow, and that chemistry together is starting to click.
I think Hal just threw something at 0 as well. Just
there was a love letter.
The kind of chemistry that we have between the boys. I want to touch upon Hal on Newcastle as well, right? He has been playing a lot of Fuse leading up to this tournament, but then people started to realize how impressive Newcastle is as an addition, and it is a difficult transition to make from those 2 legends. The playstyle is so separate from one another that to be able to shift between World's Edge and Stormpoint playing those legends, very difficult, and I respect everyone at this tournament who is shifting and playing that kind of Phil Rock.
I also want to say that there's always a lot of talk about when Hal has to play a different legend. There's always this like learning period I find for him where it takes him a couple of weeks to find comfortability on that legend, but once he does, it's usually he becomes the best of X legend in the game. You know, remember the days when people were saying well, Hal was a one trick? Crazy, right? To think about that.
How times change. You know what doesn't change? Luke Cam to start off. It's Bleed Esports who are able to pick it up. They get the victory. They're on to 48 points as they climb the leaderboard. And now they have the opportunity to try and contest Falcons and Not Moist. I think that's what's changed here, right? Is because now it's going to be another team added to the equation. It's not just who's going to win out of Falcons and Moist. Instead, we have someone else who now Falcons and Moist need to be thinking about. They need to be watching that leaderboard, watching that kill board to see who's going to be eliminated early.
Well, we're going towards Launchpad here for our final game of the day. Good news for GHS Professional is they do have a ring console to let them know that it's coming towards them. Also, good news for TSM as well, because over at Devastated Coast, it looks like they don't have a ring console, but they do have a survey beacon that they might be able to hit. And if they get a little bit of information, C team's starting to arrive, then they're going to have good prio to this zone. But it's a little bit of an awkward one for them, right? Because you're kind of thinking, where is this zone going? If you don't have a ring console, do you extend somewhere else to try and find that info? And then by the time you've done it, you might have lost on opportunity to pick one of those spots up. But with Exoclan arriving and taking the little building you can see them in right now, just to the west side of where that zone is going to be going, it should give TSM a good piece of information, especially with FaZe Clan also arriving pretty early, that is the direction the zone will be going in. So TSM have got the info, maybe not through the traditional means of hitting a console or a beacon, but certainly just by seeing the arrival of multiple teams in the vicinity.
Sorry, quick, Falcons are moving as well. They had a ring console at Mill, so they're going to be able to move very fast. They'll probably take the south side of the map and try and rotate all the way around, maybe to Devastated Coast side. That's what we see a lot happening from teams who have the ability to move from Mill. They will go past X and Y on their rotation as we look towards GHS Professional, who are going to be on this far eastern side and actually in a good position as well for the late game. But it is very important they start to get these shields up because they will not have the ability to path their way into as much Evo shield as some of the late arrivals.
FaZe taking the bridge position for now. That's Exoclan underneath them. You can see they were one of the quickest teams to rotate. They do land bang center of the map at the moment with their POI draft, and even though it's not the best of POIs, it does give them access to a lot of zones to get quick rotates to. Of course, the only problem is the opportunity to get Evo on your way there is pretty limited. Now, Falcons taking a little bit of damage on their rotate, but the catwall will keep them safe for now. And they are currently having a little bit of a poke battle with Team Liquid Alienware, but it looks like both teams will disengage as Falcons will get healthy once more.
Yeah, Falcons didn't take a southern rotate. They actually kind of forced their way through and past Liquid Alienware, but because Liquid Alienware hadn't moved yet, it meant they kind of got a little bit griefed on their arrival. As now E-Xolos LAZER also looking to try and put some damage down to GHS Professional, who we saw a little bit earlier, as it's starting to get a little bit heated on this eastern side now. In fact, Launchpad and surrounding areas is very busy already. And this happens sometimes in Match 6 of a series when people start to desperately look for points. Is yes, you will have some teams who will look to be aggressive, look to find kills, but you'll also find some teams that are just desperate to try and stay where they are, and they'll play very heavy zone very fast.
EXL, they're getting swung on right now. And E-Xolos LAZER have been so impressive today are going to have to show something else. When it comes to a team fight, they'll deal with the drone, and they will be able to get healthy enough to at least exchange a little bit of fire here. Elsewhere, you can see in the kill feed, Fuda has gone down from Exoclan. Gonna be Hammer Drill who gets that knock with the longbow. We're back on board with the POVs that we're watching right now, and E-Xolos LAZER, you have to say, have done a really good job here to actually hold, but now Moist are trying to make their way through, and you can see Waltzy sliding down towards his teammates. They've managed to get into a great position here ahead of all of this scuffle that's going on in front of them.
I was going to say, there's a few teams that might have a look at it. By the way, XNY versus TSM, and TSM have been able to get a knock, make it 2, and should be able to clean up the rest of this. Verhost is going to full send it, and it is job done. XNY eliminated again early on, as well as NOEZ FOXX. 2 teams are down. By the way, a few teams are playing for third zone information as well from the ring consoles. Just kind of hesitating with their rotation instead, saying, look, maybe we don't have enough info. Maybe we don't realize where this one's going just yet.
Well, GHS, they're taking a lot of damage right now. E-Xolos LAZER maybe looking to move up onto this because it's FENNEL who are doing that damage. The charge rifle going to be the weapon of use for Momon to get that knock onto one Tappy. And they are having a little poke at this. They are having a little look at it, but we've already seen how busy this side of the map has become early on in the game, so nobody's wanting to overextend. GHS Professional will be eliminated by FENNEL, so that's good KP and points already secured for them.
So again, it quietens down a little bit, because now there's a little bit more space made by those eliminations. It just allows a couple of teams to rethink their strategy. You can see at the top, by the way, the kill leaders right now. Imperial Hell 16, but closely followed by Dropped on 13, and you spoke about Dropped and what an incredible player he is.
Really good series.
Well, not only has he commanded the troops, but also picking up a lot of kills alongside it.
We'll bleed it back into the position at the top of Stormcatcher for now. STRIDERZ were a team who they were looking at, but they've decided to disengage from this, so Bleed Esports are going to be approaching this zone from the north. A lot of teams already stacked up on the southern side, like you were talking about a little bit earlier. Those rotates seem to be favored by a lot of teams, which now opens the door for that northern rotate for Bleed Esports. They do have information as well. You can see the ring console has been hit. So an opportunity here for Bleed Esports, and I want to go back to what you were talking about at the start of this game, right? A lot of talk about Not Moist, a lot of talk about Falcons. Well, if you can be in the group with them, and you're Bleed Esports and you win that group, your name starts to get talked about a little bit differently going into the following days of action.
More respect for you as a team, more respect about your rotation and where you're going to be on that map. Suddenly teams are worrying about you as well. And teams actually respecting you sometimes leads to your advantage because they may not take that fight if they know you're going to be rotating from that area, for instance. But Bleed are certainly going to wait for that next ring console. They are going to look for Zone 3 information. And we're also going to get it on our screen shortly. As Cloud9 at the moment is just playing survival. They don't really want to take this fight, as the zone is going to continue moving further east here. So I think that's what a lot of these teams expected, but the confirmation is certainly there for the likes of Bleed, who now can look to try and play a position. Next, they'll look to maybe hit a survey beacon close to this
C9 are in trouble. C9 are in big trouble here. And they're getting sent on. It's VKG who are flying in and will deal with C9. They will get absolutely bopped by the PKs coming in from 951. That's VKG picking up 3 victims in a row, but here come Falcons. They're swinging in through the skies towards the finger on the other side.
Well, Falcons, they just see there's a little bit of commotion and maybe see an opening, maybe see a gap to get involved and try and take a position here. As Alliance also in a little bit of a scrap. It's going to be Bleed as they take them down. And Bleed, who were in third, who were one of the teams to contest the likes of Falcons, the likes of Not Moist, have been taken out by our 20th place team, which isn't something you often say about Alliance.
Well, Lucky gets up to the height to just make sure no one is close enough to third party, but the pattern continues, right? The pattern continues. Falcons out early, having led. Game number 5, Not Moist out early, having led, and then the winners of the previous game, Bleed Esports, find themselves out as well. We'll take a look at an instant replay of that fight in just a few seconds, but for Alliance, this is a big moment because they have struggled so far in this group. They really have struggled to assert dominance, and I will always put an asterisk on this performance, right? Because they do have Unlucky filling in for them. They don't have Effect here, but he's been doing everything he can to try and apply the same kind of firepower that they would expect.
Tyler, yeah, coming in just to really have, you know, the opportunity to be able to actually put himself on the big stage and show what he can do, no matter what team he's on. But it is great to see Tyler and Unlucky back together. And Hackis has commanded them successfully in the previous series. They had some brilliant results. They were able to get wins on the board. However, this time, they just haven't had the same success. But now we can look back at that replay you were talking about.
You can see just the swinging behind the castle wall here. And look at the position they were in up on that height. I think Bleed Esports just had no idea that Alliance were kind of ran on the top of that roof, and they fell into the trap, essentially. And now Alliance got themselves a Rari, got themselves up to full red Evo, and this might be the game for them to put those points on the board.
Well, they need it. If they want to be able to contest with the other teams, they want to be in that winner's bracket, they need to be performing better than 20th, and they know that. But you can really change it in one game.
Yep.
This is a very tight lobby when you go down below, right, kind of 7th or 8th position at the moment in the series standing. So one big game could change everything. As we look to our first place team, Team Falcons, they've been able to find themselves within the zone here, fairly central as well. And now the real question is, how far east do they want to push? Because yes, the zone is shifting east, but it very much could transition back into the middle here.
Yeah, it's interesting this position they find themselves in underneath, playing on kind of between the fingers of Launchpad, because this is an area that was played before the Newcastle meta, right? This is an area that teams would try and lock down, try and hold for the long game, but now that you have the Newcastle, it provides you with even more cover. I feel like this position becomes even stronger, knowing that you could pretty much cover one of those openings to where you can be pushed from with that castle wall. So an opportunity for Falcons here, not just to get some good placements, they've got to be careful here though. All of a sudden, Hao has to use the Newcastle res to get Zero back on his feet. Zero was looking for an opportunity, looking for a pick, but wasn't able to get it, but it looks like they will be able to get him back on his feet.
Yeah, Zero just needs to be careful there. I mean, got caught off guard, just having a little peek to see what was going to be around, but thankfully, the Newcastle was on hand. And I think that's a lot of what this meta is, right? You can overextend a little bit in those areas because you have that fallback of the Newcastle, albeit dangerous at times. But teams are also going to be reluctant to push on the knock because they know full well you could be dropping down and Newcastle could have a gold shield, and then suddenly you are putting yourself to your death.
Well, Exoclan, who are up into 6th place, by the way, they've had a really, really solid set here. And this series is open for them to put in a big performance as well and jump their way up. And look at that zone pool, by the way, out into no man's land. Not Moist in one of the only buildings that he's going to be in this zone for the long game. So for Not Moist, the opportunity here for them is absolutely perfect to steal away a first place finish. As we see these two groups go against each other, E-Xolos, LAZER as well. I mean, what a day, what a performance from them. South America stepping up. I'm going to stop saying it because at this point they are performing so consistently, so well. It's not a case of them stepping up, it's just consistently good play from them.
You're very impressed with what they've been able to pull off, and you said no man's land. It does feel like a Cholos laser land, right? They are going to be able to hold that position for quite some time. FENNEL is maybe one of their main worries. They shouldn't have to worry about it straight away because FENNEL are probably going to avoid them for now. We check in with Exoclan. Not only do they have to move across to the eastern side, but they have to get past Liquid Alienware, and then if they do that, you've got FaZe Clan and TSM in the next area as well. There's going to be a lot of damage that you take here. This is not an easy rotation at all, but loot bins would have been reset. There's a chance for everyone to get attachments here, and maybe a good chance for us to jump into a listening with Exoclan and see what they're thinking about this rotation.
I'm going to 20s, we're ready.
No, they're still just chilling up here on ping.
Yeah, this team is going to play slow in Survey. I think we're just going to evac on our back and play for the spot. Don't get damaged now.
Yeah.
We're just going to evac here.
Okay. I'm just going to grab the shotgun bullets again.
I don't know what Spidon is doing. We lost Spidon.
I'm looking. I think that might be them there.
Okay. Okay. Are we there? Yeah, I'm going.
I have a second behind us.
Wait.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Let's stick it. We have to now.
Yeah.
We don't have smoke anything back. Alright, just go for the spot. Jesus.
Well, few to the last one standing as the evac tower play does not work out exactly to plan, but one player alive. We've already seen what you can do in these kind of lobbies at the moment. On the Bangalore, going to have the smokes to survive a little bit longer as well. Guild now make their rotate down to that low ground. We'll be safe for now as well, but this zone pool is going to be so devastating for a lot of these teams down. Nobody's really going to have the info of where this zone is going to be going, so when the big pool comes away from where a lot of teams find themselves right now, which is on the eastern side of Launchpad, it's going to be a shock, and it also means that there's going to be a lot of fights that occur as everybody tries to leave.
Yeah, it's not just a few teams that are going to have a fight here. There's about 10 teams that are all going to have to move from the northwest down to the southeast. And that is a real chance, by the way, not only for Not Moist, you speak about their positioning for the end game, but actually to clean up kills here. Not Moist have one of the best opportunities for KP because they can peek out of the building they are in and just clean up everything that's going to be arriving from this northwest side. I mean, look at it. There's so many teams that have to move here, and this is where you need to think fast. This is where you need a plan of action here, right? Are you going to maybe transition, try and go up the northern side here and maybe work your way in? Can you find yourself on the southern side like TSM? But even if TSM do that, they have to fight E-Xolos LAZER as well. So there is a lot of difficult decisions to be made now that need to be made fast, because this zone is going to shrink very soon.
This is the lay of the land, like we mentioned. E-Xolos LAZER, the only team who are in zone at the moment, in and around those Prowler nests, or in the rock formations just next to them. FENNEL, on the northern side of the zone, will be able to walk in. Legends Gaming now making their play to the roof of the building that Not Moist found themselves in. The portal is pretty good for now, but the shots are coming in from height. Mobile shield will help them survive for a few moments. Looks like Legends Gaming are going to step back for a few moments and maybe take that portal a little bit later as player K has gone down. In the kill feed, though, you saw Tyler. He's picking up a knock himself on the side of Alliance.
Not Moist are pushing in onto Team Falcons here, or should I say it's the other way around. Falcons are pushing into Not Moist.
Floor.
This could be a fight that wins this series right here, right now.
Not Moist and Falcons right next to each other. The upper floor controlled by Not Moist, the lower one by Falcons. Both will be safe, as the drones will fly and grab all the information that they can elsewhere. Just outside this zone, TSM trying to force their way in. Team Liquid will lose one in the meantime. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see a little bit of a battle going down in and around that building. Jem Burton's picking up a couple of kills for Falcons, but TSM now have to force their way forward, force their way into zone, and they've lost their Holst as they do so.
This kill feed's about to light up even more if it hadn't already, as TSM will survive, take down Liquid Alienware. Now they move down to the southern side, and actually TSM will survive unless E-Xolos LAZER decide to get involved here.
This is a really smart play from E-Xolos. STRIDERZ have been eliminated, Legends Gaming also gone. Brutus trying to move in, trying to deal with that Devo, but he'll go down, and maybe there's a chance to clutch, but no, it's going to be TSM who are eliminated. And it will be E-Xolos LAZER who now control the entirety of the south side of this zone. Back to the action, back inside of the building of death. Team Falcons still alive. Not Moist still alive as well.
This EMP helps Falcons though. Falcons not playing a crypto. They had no EMP for the Watson fences that Moist had, but now with the EMP coming through from another team, suddenly this opens things up to Falcons if they would like to push up these stairs. Not Moist, they back off, they retreat. They know the push could happen, but Falcons are playing this patiently.
They try and take their way out of that bottom floor. They're trying to find an escape route, maybe trying to find a little bit of loot as well. They might be a little bit low on meds, a little bit low on the things they need to survive on this next rotation. Falcons, one thing they don't have information of, I'm pretty sure, is that the man above them, Waltzy from Not Moist, he's got a devotion in his hands, and he isn't going to miss too many bullets with that thing should this engagement take place in a close quarters fight.
Falcons do potentially have the Dark Veil to make a rotation here, by the way. That could really help them try and avoid some of these bullets, but it could then be used by the teams that are above them, as Howl's taking a lot of damage. Not Moist, if they get any sort of smell of this, they might send it, but they're not going to. But now, round 5 starts to close, and this is where it's about to get interesting. 8 squads remaining, currently a 7-point lead for Falcons.
Not Moist just behind them, 54 points on the board for them. They know how much pressure is on this team fight. How much pressure is on this rotation. Unlucky in the kill feed, by the way, has had a stellar day of action as here comes the move from everybody, but Falcons are taking damage. Falcons are gonna fall as FENNEL will also go, and that opens the door now for Not Moist, but Timmy's down. It's up to Waltzy and Guild.
How far is that door open is the real question, because now Guild and Waltzy need to survive. Somehow they need to find another 5 points here. Now it's just Waltzy. Guild's fallen as well, and FaZe, they're going to be fighting up against VKG as Not Moist get eliminated. Falcons will hold on to first place right now.
They will hold on to first place. FaZe Clan will be eliminated as we go to our final 3, and what a story this would be if E-Xolos LAZER can hold this position for the entirety of game number 6 and manage to pick up the win to cap their incredible day's performance.
I mean, there's a real opportunity that E-Xolos LAZER could take top 2 here. And I wonder whether they even think that maybe first place is available. If they can get all the kills, they will certainly be close. Maybe Falcons are just 1 point ahead. Too far for them.
E-Xolos LAZER then, just looking for the KP, looking for the kills, looking for the cryptos who are hiding. There's one, VK Gaming eliminated as E-Xolos LAZER, who have had control of this zone for so long, will cap their day surely with a big win in game number 6. One player to deal with. Hit your shots, boys. Get this done. Brutus wants the moment. He wants to punch him out. And what a way to end the game it would be. What a way to end the day. For E-Xolos LAZER, they will be a champs of game number 6.
And they might have just done enough to take first place away from Falcons in this series, by the way. 63 points they put themselves on. 1 point over Falcons.
They've done it!
That one extra KP that they were desperately searching for, that one rat they were able to grab, wins them the series. And you said they stepped up to the plate. They finally showed us what South America's made of. But then suddenly, they have been the team here in this series.
I think they've been the team here in Mannheim so far today. E-Xolos, LAZER, those three gentlemen on your screen right now demand all of the respect of the Apex Legends Global Series. First place, 11 kills, 12 assists, and converting on a zone that they read absolutely perfectly from the first moment they saw it here on Storm Point.
I mean, that zone started to shift towards them very early, but you think about their push onto TSM, right? If they hadn't made a play like that, they leave themselves very vulnerable at getting pinched towards the latter circle there. But instead, they get aggressive at the right time. They recognize they have to command the space. They have to get into a position where they can take down teams there on the southern side. And the fact they've been able to pluck first place away from Falcons there with 63 points is huge for them. But for Falcons and Not Moist, I mean, both found themselves in the same building, both struggled to escape, both tried different means, but sadly couldn't make it.
I mean, a great moment for the four gentlemen, I will say on the screen right now. Coach always included in those conversations. But I mean, what a performance. We were talking about, as we went into game number 6, will it be Not Moist? Will it be Falcons? Will it be Bleed Esports? Will it be maybe a late run from C9? Well, none of them take that first place home. It's E-Xolos LAZER who will do it in quite some style to close our first day out here in Mannheim.
Well, what a position and what a performance it was from E-Xolos LAZER as well. I mean, I think it's going to hurt a little bit for both Falcons and Moist, but of course, points total is going to be huge for them as well as they put big points on the board here at Storm Point and, of course, World's Edge for the entire series. But really, it was back and forth. I mean, it was a question of, would we see anyone actually replicate a win? Would anyone get 2 wins on the board? The answer was no in the end.
Yeah, the answer was certainly no in the end. And I mean, what a day of action we've had so far today, right? It's always a little bit special when you get into the building on day number 1, when we get to a playoffs, when we get to a LAN environment, and it has been no different today. A lot of surprises, a lot of maybe not some of our big teams performing in the way that we would expect, some of our big teams certainly stepping up towards the end of the day as well. But the story today for me, it's about South America, Dan. It's about South America and their performance. I think they are a team, they are a nation, they are a region that we need to be talking about a little bit more. And we're going to send it to the desk to do so because E-Xolos LAZER, first place overall.
Fantastic performance for E-Xolos LAZER. We were talking about them heading into the series, in the middle of the series, hyping up South America. Genome, talk about a way to make your mark on the first day.
Yeah, if there's ever a series that just makes you a fan of one team, this was it for me with E-Xolos. I mean, yeah, coming out on top. And not only that, they play Watson, Newcastle, and Pathfinder. So they drop the Bangalore, find a way to get into these amazing spots with just the zip lines, and then they have all of this incredible defense with the Newcastle and the Watson to help lead them to the 63-point victory here in this series.
Which is that much more impressive when you take into account the teams that they were not only facing off against, but then matching in points throughout the series. They right at the end managed to squeak above Team Falcons, above Not Moist, and they are really starting to put themselves in that contention for the discussion if they're able to pull off this type of a performance, Privacy.
I mean, I'm not surprised watching how they were rotating, how fast they rotated, how good rotation they did. They had a good macro. We saw it in a Skyhook's game. They were able from Geyser to go and get spot in the north of Skyhook as well. So they were like doing fantastic rotations. I think they surprised me personally, and yeah.
We'll take a look at these match results here, see exactly what that did with those 11 kill points for E-Xolos. 23 points in total for the final match of the day. A nice little bow on their performance, but some other squads getting themselves up there at the end here, Graceful, trying to maybe kickstart a little points in their direction as well.
Yeah, we've definitely seen, the trend of teams we're expecting to perform a little bit worse in some cases, teams that we weren't expecting performing even better in some cases, but E-Xolos at the end, they've been just flawless, I think, because they have been playing so well adaptively to on World's Edge and Storm Point. They play proactive, they play zones where they can actually close out the games. Phenomenal.
Looking at the series scoreboard here, we see something fascinating. E-Xolos on the top, but they lead the way with placement points, 39 there. And I can tell you, I've looked at the damage. They have the most damage in the lobby, by the way, leading Falcons by more than 2,000 damage. So, but look, it's not coming out in the kill points, right? Like they're controlling space as they make these fast rotations and then converting that into placement points instead. We've had all this discussion about whether it's an edge meta or a zone meta, and I think E-Xolos have just thrown, such a question mark over that with this performance.
Well, suffice to say, today has provided some seriously big storylines to kick off our weekend. Two of those we've clearly spoken about a lot, and it is the absolute juggernauts that are Team Falcons and Not Moist. And we have Peeps standing by with a dual interview from both squads.
What up, everybody? I am here with two of the best in the world. We got Guild from Moist Esports, or Not Moist Esports, and we got Hal from Team Falcons right here. Guys, you're finishing second and third place overall in this last series. What things have you guys done well in this series?
The boys recently have been really focusing on getting our comms on point and just making sure like positional comms during fights are just better. And Timmy and Walty have honestly just been bouncing off of each other really well this LAN.
Absolutely. Hal, what about you?
We improved our communication a lot. Like we didn't really comm that much in the first block. Even though we got ninth, I feel like we got dead last. So I feel like we all played individually better to an extent. So we all stepped it up. I was kind of farming, to be honest, especially on World's Edge. So I think we all just stepped it up in some way in every category.
No, there was definitely ups and downs. But what things do you guys need to iron out and be better for the next day?
I mean, that's a good question. Honestly, I think that we just need to keep up what we're doing right now. We're doing pretty well. We've done a couple things a little bit sloppy, but other than that, I mean, I think we're playing out of our minds.
Fully agree. Hal?
I think we just need to keep the comms up, everyone communicating and, letting Zero do his thing and making sure that, we play aggressive but not too aggressive. So just a little bit of both.
Absolutely, a little bit of balance. So, Gil, this one's for you. Waltzy's sort of a brand new IGL, right? Yeah. But you've played under some of the top IGLs in the history of the game. You got Nocturnal, you got Sweet, you had MT, and now you have Waltzy. What have been some of the differences between some of those IGLs and Waltzy?
I think Waltzy has definitely been the IGL that's been the most eager to take fights out of any IGL I've ever played with. Like, that guy's like, yo, we're running at this team all the time, and it's just pure confidence from the whole team, and it works all the time.
I mean, when your IGL has confidence, you just go out there swinging, And Hal, question for you here. Historically, you guys usually always start slow. We saw it at Champs in Birmingham when you guys went from 16th place to world champions. What's the deal with that? Do you want to just keep us on our toes and go Super Saiyan at the end, or?
I think we just need to get comfortable and gain some confidence. I feel like we always start slow, even just with Falcons, not just TSM. Even on EWC, we were starting out slow a little bit, and as soon as we had that one good game, it went up from there, right? So I think it's Zero. If he gets one good game, he gets a lot of confidence, and we just propel from that. So yeah,
it's the snowball effect, and we've seen it so many times. Guys, I wish you guys the best. Thank you so much. Well, you heard it here from two of the best in the world. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Peeps. Always nice to hear from two of our top contenders right now, both sounding very confident in my opinion, but Privacy, you have to be happy with the results that you've seen so far on day one.
I mean, I'm happy for sure, especially after the start, the A versus B. I'm happy to see the team, as already Hal said, communicating well, doing the things that they are used to do, letting everyone do his job, his role. And then they were frying. We had some bad games, like 0-point games. We should cut them out. That's what we always do. We should know why we did them. We maybe get another better little bit zone for the next sets and so on that favors us for more kills and so on. Yeah, I'm really happy with what happened, especially in this set.
Well, now that we're done with day number one, at least the group stage is 50% complete. They still have another day of group stage competition, but here's where we are at so far. Triple digits for Not Moist and E-Xolos. Graceful, talk to me about these overall standings. Is it what you expected? Are you surprised by any of these teams?
No, I mean, if we look at the overall top 10, I think pretty much every single heavy hitter is up there. but E-Xolos joining them makes me so happy, honestly. Once we get to the bottom half, however, you know, we're seeing teams that have shown signs of life, but not really enough just yet.
And it bears repeating as we look at all of these 40 teams that whether you do go into the winners bracket or the elimination bracket, every point matters here. They're playing for POI seeding. If you get into the elimination bracket, sometimes teams by the end of group stage in previous lands were just like, oh, we're not going to make it no matter what. But this time they're like, hey, at least we can buy ourselves maybe a mil if we do well and just, you know, don't make it get 21st, something like that. At least that is first seed when you're looking at the elimination bracket.
Absolutely. Arguably more on the line, more of a reason to be giving your best effort every single match. Like you said, every point this time around really matters. And one of the big contributing factors to that is obviously those kills. So let's take a look at some of these stats because we have our top 20 kill leaderboard right now. We were talking about this a little bit in the green room. I'll just come straight back to you here, Gino. Waltzy, 31 kills in first place.
But not just that, the 1, 2, 3. Not NOEZ take out the entire podium as far as the kill leaderboard. And look, when you saw how far ahead they were in points of everyone else, that's not surprising, especially when second was E-Xolos and they were getting them more from the placements than the kills.
Yeah. Waltzy in the first set, he was in 21 kills, and the same for Guild and Timmy. They were in the first 3 places. I'm not surprised seeing not NOEZ on the top kills because they are a heavy kills team. They always accumulate their points from the kills. They have a good placement as well. That's why they are on the top on the average points per game. And yeah, hopefully we will join this. Maybe 1, 2, 3 after that.
I was going to say, you know that Halgen and Zero are not going to let that stand if they have anything to say about it. So we'll be keeping our eyes on how exactly that goes. But we've got a little bit of a new segment here in store for you guys. It's going to be our Alienware Ace Plays, our top 3 clips from the day here so far. Let's check these out because we had some phenomenal moments go on throughout all of our matches here, but we have to talk about what we saw. And then everybody at home, we're gonna wanna get your thoughts on social media on which you think was the best out of all of these plays. Obviously taking a look here at the first one, Madness, who gave us some remarkable stuff all day. This was a match as Crypto with big damage from his EMP. Heading into clip number 2, we've got Arctic on FaZe with a Kraber no scope. And we saw lots of Kraber action here today, Graceful.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of Kraber action, and people actually haven't been missing at all, I feel like. Every time I see either it's a body shot or just a heady, but not that many misses. Arctic, however, known as one of the mechanically gifted players from EMEA, showing off, you know, how he's doing it. You see a quick scope right there, cleans up that fight. He couldn't quite, you know, clutch this fight just here, but he was just on the verge. You see this mantling here as well, accidental, like, you know, it was so close. It was so great.
And then, of course, the final clip of the day. We just spoke to him, Guild on NOEZ, winning this match as a solo Genome. I mean, does it get any better than that?
Oh, this was a crazy clip. Of course, it's going to involve the MOEZ. It feels like so many players have actually been, you know, going into the range and practicing this because Akimbo Mozeb's not something we've had in the game before, and they have actually had to put in the practice to get really good with them, despite obviously how good they are, you know, just standard.
Now, like we said, everybody at home, we're going to put that on social. Give us your votes and who you think the best clip of the day was, and we will reveal the winner tomorrow on the show. But the show has come to a close here for day 1. So before we say goodbye to everybody, I want to get your final thoughts. Privacy, I'm going to start with you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. It was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here.
Did you enjoy the competition? Give me your final thoughts on what you saw. What do you think is going to happen for Team Falcons moving forward?
I mean, for Team Falcons moving forward, hopefully we will get the same as well performance we did here, even more, because we even still farmed in that group. When we play the next group, we will farm, hopefully. I expect as well NOEZ to keep doing. What I want to see LG to do good again, because they started slow in the first day. So next one, hopefully they will get some points, and then they go up in the leaderboard.
All right, I love it. And like I said, thank you again, Privacy, for hanging out with us here today. Graceful, give me your thoughts. Day 1, halfway through the group stage. How are you feeling about everything?
Well, I'm really happy in general because we've seen splashes from teams that, you know, I'm supporting all of EMEA and everybody, of course. But now we're also, like, we're getting to the second day and later into the tournament. We're still seeing people that are known for being heavy hitters are pulling through more ahead. Like in the beginning, you should have hope for absolutely everybody, but experience, consistency, and knowledge does take over at some point in the tournament. I think we're about to hit that mark now where we see everybody's expecting the teams to do well that are doing well, and they're doing well for a reason. All the other teams just playing catch up at this rate, but warm up, I think, one more day, and then it's gonna go how I expect it to go.
Yeah, we've definitely started to get a lay of the land when it comes to this competition so far. Still lots of opportunity left on the board, though, for these teams, you know.
Yeah, if I'm thinking about what I'm really looking forward to in the rest of the tournament, I mean, we're going to have the super subs coming in. You know, Nasky and Co have done well for Legends Gaming, but I'm very keen to see what Strafing Flame and, you know, the best of APAC South have to offer for the rest of the tournament. And I'd say the other thing really is just, have E-Xolos revolutionized the meta, you know?
Yeah.
Using the Pathfinder, leaving Bang behind for now, is that something that we'll see more going into finals as generally the meta gets a little bit more consolidated towards the back end of the tournament?
Absolutely. Well, thank you to all three of you for joining us here on the desk. You crushed it all day, as did all of our casters. But today is just day one of the competition. We still have so much more in store tomorrow. Okay, like we said, today was only the halfway point for our group stage. So if you're wondering exactly what's going down, who we're going to see playing, and when it's all going to happen, here you have it. We'll be kicking off the day with groups A and C at 10 a.m., moving into groups A and D at 2:15 p.m., and then groups B and C at 6:30 p.m. to close it all out, and then we'll know who is where when it comes to that seeding for the next stage of the competition. But we've got so much in store outside of that. We've got lots of fun tidbits here and there, and if you want to get a little bit of a sneak peek of what we've got coming your way for content, let's check it out.
I spent about 8 hours every single day since I was like 5 years old playing video games, so they know this is what I'm passionate about. I mean, it means the world to me to have my family there supporting. Like, it makes everything more enjoyable, you know? Like, you get to do the things you love with the people you love.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, you know, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe.
Suffice to say, we have so many more storylines that we will be following tomorrow throughout the rest of our competition, and of course, all weekend long. But the action is just getting started here in Mannheim, Germany. Day number 2 of the competition kicks off tomorrow. Make sure you tune back in to see how our competition plays out. It's going to be a fantastic day, to be sure, and we'll see you then.
Moist, come in, but they get cleaned up. My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we gon' fire. I got a PK and I know how to use it. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. Falcons swoop in. Falcons should be taking game 3 as they make a massive recovery on World's End.
It's been an amazing first day of action here in Germany.
All right, heads up. Yeah, I got you.
Don't beat yourself up.